You just say, no, I don't want to be locked. Please don't lock my phone. And they're like, but we'll give you a better deal. And then you go, please don't lock my phone. And they go, okay. It's basically how that goes. What this sounds like. I haven't listened to this sound machine before. Wolves off in the distance. So we are getting pretty close to fall last time. So Absolute Realm Longdeath. Episode 195, I think? I haven't looked. 45 dwarves in the fort, which is the highest we've been at in ages. 10 merchants. Dwarves are currently Pilot, Axon, Quevenir, Lilem Katsu, Anthony, Banana, Balinor. Navy, the Scoid, Nanochip, Moffrey, Malden, Diamond Destruct, Anonymo, Massive, Aqua Letharticus, Reinhardt, Don Caribou, Zindros, Blue Space Weeb, Dragon, Rory, Paranoid Metroid, LaFonda, Zetsuki, Do It, Tele B, Jimmy Tibby, Whitcode, Arch, Stone, Volleylol, Tygo, Kryvan, IDZ, Athros, Mar, Blue Space or Space Pirate, Krabicus, Merc, Elomino, Red Octobear, Hoshan, Cussy, Bloodcat17, and of course, Bellinair. You just heard your name get called and you want to know what's going on with your Dwarf, give me a shout. Aside from that, we're going to continue working on long-deathy things. Do I need to do anything for the king? 2 crutches. Kharkiv, bunch of electronic supply store you frequent still works. Oh, so they're still going to work? Yeah, that's something that like I am amazed by is whenever I hear about people in war zones like still going to like there was some footage like 2 weeks ago now of a few reporters outside of Kiev, like north of Kiev, as part of Sky News that came under fire from somebody, and they like ducked down into I think I showed you this, but they ducked down into a warehousing district and end up in a car repair shop, and there's like 4 guys like just still working, and there's like shells going over top of like the warehouse that they're working, and they're just like working on like a car, just like changing the oil. It's like, what the fuck? Get out of there, man. I don't know. People are insane. I'm sorry, Kitty. You're not gonna be on lap today. Do not want you on my lap. Do not want to clean cat hair out of my keyboard. He's been fed, his litter box been changed, and he's got lots of water. He doesn't need anything. Oh, would you look at that? Cussy the Dwarven Child's been taken by a Fey Mood. What a way to start. You're going to need to be way more specific than that, Cramp. Like, way more specific. Have you read about the software developer from Ukraine? Sure, which one? You never thought possible? I think it's just called being in a war, right? Child claims the clothes shop and grabs cloth. What was that? Probably need bones, yeah. Yarn, cloth, bones, yep. Apparently I got a marmot that we need to slaughter, so we'll do that as well. Hitting the right buttons in the wrong order. Yeah, no, I'm like I said, you're gonna need to be more specific about that. It's like, I know of a band that's in that situation. I know of 2 game developers that are in that situation. At least 1 software company. I know an open source programmer who's in that situation. I know a game like an indie dev who lived in Kharkiv and is now in Lviv, who's moved like across the country. Back, what'd you miss? A dwarf doing a strange mood. Child, clother's shop. That's about it. We just started. Your dwarf is relieved after being near a waterfall. And you're saying, gah. You haven't learned to talk yet. Still baby. We are in late summer. That's about it. I'm actually going to pull a lever up here. Get the water off, if I haven't done that already. I haven't done that already, so let's turn that off. Bones for the ants and gold for the goblins. Souls from the spiders and... I can't remember what we got from the vampire. That was a weird game that we played last night. Did you ever try that one, Frog? Because that thing was neat. Blood's up on YouTube already, if anybody's wondering what I'm talking about. Most recent video I uploaded. ! YouTube. But yeah, no cramp. You're going to need to be way more specific than the software developer in Ukraine. Because that's like... There are literally dozens, if not more, stories like that. Blood for the blood god and skulls for the skull throne. Yeah, exactly. Golds for the speedrunner god. Yeah. Not so big with your guns now, are you? You win the firefight, you just go to prison for war crimes. I think it was a Twitter post. Yeah, that sounds about right. Another really fun Twitter, just war-wise, a fun set of threads to scroll down is go to the Space Engineers Twitter and then find like their lead developer and their company founder and just look up all of the stuff that they are sending to the Ukrainian military. It's kind of insane, actually. Because they're just, a lot of like, you know, studios and people like myself included are just like throwing money at it. But then there's space engineers who are like, yeah, screw throwing money at things. And they just go out and they went and just bought ammunition and helmets and like rations and stuff and just drove it in the trunk of their car across the border. They just went full, they went all in. Kind of, I respect those mad lads. All right, we're waiting on those cows. I'm assuming that's all that you need. Kitty, I'm not letting you up on my lap today. I'm sorry. I will throw a pillow at you if you're staring at me. You're not allowed on my lap. No. But yeah, you with things like this, you got to be more specific because stories like that are kind of constant. Kind of constant. It just kind of is what it is. It's sad though because like, you know, nobody wants to hear stories like that, but although, like, you hear stories about, like, indie game developers releasing games in Syria while they're in a war zone and stuff. Your attention is now less divided. Is it multiplied now? Child? Where did you go? Ran off to go get the bones. Totally missed him running off. Yeah, our child Cussy making an artifact, it seems. It's good to see. Subtly subtracted? All right, well, it's not too bad. It's more about people being so fucking tired that they will come to you and rip your limbs off even if you shoot at them directly, and that's genuinely scary. I mean, I can imagine. But that's all I can do is imagine, right? I have no frame of reference for what that would be like. Absolutely none. Like, it's legitimately insanity, you know? And it's not going anywhere. And I still kind of largely feel like there is nothing I can do. And I hate that. So probably my least favorite feeling in the world, actually, is feeling like something is wrong and there's nothing I can do. But that's a large part of the world's problems, which is why nihilism is so strong these days. It's like when there's something wrong and you feel like there's absolutely no way that you can help, it's one of the worst feelings I can possibly describe. Because everybody wants to feel like they can have an impact. But when there's like Nothing that you can realistically do. Which is why things like this fucking Humble Bundle gives me, like, weird hope, even though who knows how much this Humble Bundle's actually doing. But, you know, $18 million. Nihilism is the only way to rationally look at the world. Are you saying that there's a lot of rations in Egypt then? Because they have the Nile there? I'm totally fine with petting this cat on the ground, but I really don't want him on my lap. Can you guys hear him meowing? Because if you can't, then I'm just going to stop talking about it. I think I asked this a bunch of times yesterday, and every time people are like, nah, means my microphone's doing its job. Nihilism is a defense mechanism? Pardon, Dark Schultz? To be fair, he meows really quietly. He's just like, meow. He's like a 90-year-old chain smoker, the cat. Good evening. Hello. Is that what you tried to type in? But hello. Welcome to Longdeath. If you have any questions, give me a shout. We're just kind of talking about, you know, nihilism and the world destroying itself. On the docket for today, we're going to play like a good few hours of this, and then we're going to play Shattered Pixel Dungeon on PC, which released today. Which I'm curious to try. In your language? What language is that? I mean, I could Google it and find out, but... Polish. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, Polish is a language I don't recognize very well. We're just watching a child create a artifact at a clothing shop. They've just grabbed what looks like granite. Actually check. What was that? Quartzite, not granite. Similar color. Slightly lighter shade. But yes, child making an artifact. For a second there, I thought he was pausing again. I was like, what do you need now? Just a weirdly long pathing. Maybe the child's just weak and it took him a while to... Yeah, I think that's what it was. Child's weak, so it takes them longer to carry the gems. Because the gems are still quite heavy for them. But hello from Canada, though. Thanks for the follow a few days ago. I do recognize the name. Is that lead? That's lead. That's going to be heavy for you. Giant block of lead. The heavy stuff. Yes. I am familiar with this dwarven statue. The thing that I don't know about this statue was it generated that way? Or was... Oh, okay, no, it was an artifact. I was going to say, was it generated that way, or did it... Or was somebody... Did somebody make it be built that way? But... Yeah, I have seen that before. It's been a while, but yes, I have seen it. The legendary, what, 73 lines of... Or 73 different images on it or something? Which is kind of crazy. Yeah, it's like the, that mod that was just like that one food thing that was just made with minced like every ingredient in the world. It was like a legendary. I remember seeing this screenshot of it, but it was a masterpiece quality biscuit, I think, made with masterfully minced something intestine, masterfully minced something intestine, masterfully minced something intestine for like all eternity. Like filled up the entire pages of masterfully minced something intestine. It was made with a lot of masterfully minced intestine. And it like filled up the entire screen. I don't know how many lines it had, but it's the infinitely repeating bugs. What, for the masterfully minced something intestine? Are you saying that they deserve to die for making that? Why do they need to be put in the military for making such a beautiful artifact? All right, Child is working on their artifact now, which includes copper bars, 2 pieces of lead, raw green glass, rough jasper opals, quartzite, cougar bone, and sheep's wool cloth. And I think that that sheep's wool cloth might be dyed. Is it? It's red with red root dye. Or the thread is red with red root dye. You have your mocha? How do you know it's your mocha? What allows you to claim ownership over said mocha? Do you have proof of ownership of this mocha? I'm just trying to confirm that this was a ethically obtained legal example of a mocha. Because if it isn't, what color is bismuth? Pink, right. Me too. Aqua, me too. Did I just remove a door? I guess I did. Let's replace that. Whoops. Where are you putting? Dumping it? Sure. Fine. It's not what I was expecting you to do, but... Alright, how's, King's tasks are done. We're doing a bunch of cloth weaving. Dyeing anything? Hey! Pink. Very first resub of the day. Hour and 45 minutes into the stream. Thank you much, Raz. Hope you're doing all right. Thank you very much for the 24th month. That is 2 years. 2 years. Doesn't feel like it's been that long, man. But maybe that's because you've changed your name like 4 times, and I sometimes, like, lose track of which username you've had in the past. But thank you very much. Cheers. I'm all right. On day 2 of the new schedule. So, still got some anxieties surrounding that because new schedules are stressful. But, you know, hanging in. Streaming some Longdeaths. Not sure if we're going to do the other fort today, but we're going to play some Shattered Pixel Dungeon, the PC port later. So, should be good. Played... There's been some really cool stuff from the 7-day RL this year. So... very much enjoyed the Depths of Greed, which I still think they missed the opportunity to call it the Debts of Greed. But Kasi, the Dwarven Child, has created Nakuth Vagush Autumn Fazis, a long sheep wool skirt, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Kosoth Guildskalds. You have to check that later. You got worker work. Worker work? Is that like employee work? So we're at 29,640. It's called Braided Killers, the Morass Celebration. Everyone wants more ass and not less ass. This is a long sheep wool skirt. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is studded with lead and made from sheep's wool cloth. The thread is red with red root dye. This object is adorned with hanging rings of jasper opal and menaces with spikes of green glass and copper. On the item is an image of Hold Kisses, the mudstone crown in sheep's wool. On the item is an image of Naff plants in cougar bone. On the item is an image of brilliant cut gems in quartzite. On the item is an image of dwarves and knighted leopard, the granite zeller, which is an instrument, in lead. On the item is an image of night leopard, and the artwork relates to the offering of night leopard by the eternal adventure of time to the ignited creation as part of the trade negotiation in 357. That's interesting. Got an image of us selling one of my artifacts accidentally, because I never sell them intentionally. I always do it accidentally and go, ah, fuck, afterwards. Passed it already? It did. Shit. Apparently I've got a lot of artifacts that never got put away. Also lots of books. There it is. All right, sweet. Can I don't have sardonyx, but I do have sards. Let's do just 25. Really should have started doing that a while ago. You're number 10. What year is it now? Year 383. So -5 for the year of the fort. So 378 is the current year. But catching up with Longdeath is, I don't want to say a fool's errand, but not many people make it very far. I'll put it that way. You got the year correct? I mean, you did have, like, confirmation from yesterday, right? But congratulations. Yes, you did indeed get the year correct. Popping up my teammate's stream. Give him the lurk. All right, so we've got some furnitures getting encrusted with sards. Because I've got so many sards. I think I've also got a lot of blue jades. Looks like he's encrusting bags. Might as well. Just got way too many different gems. What kind of cut gems do I have, actually? Up this way. Gotta go past stones because of the 19,000 of them. The game's trying to scroll up. There it goes. Yeah, Longdeath is practically like just a talk show at this point. Like it's... Yeah, Blue Jades. I've got so many... Holy fuck, I've got a lot more shards than I thought I did. Let's stud furniture with sards and Blue Jades. And black... Actually, let's stud furniture with black zircons. Stud... No, well... Encrust... Furniture... Black... Zircons, and let's do 500. So let's just see how long they work on that. Blue Jade. Good luck, dwarves. Just has to do with how many projects you want to take on. You could theoretically just lock one vampire in a room and leave your computer on for a month or two. No, actually. Because if that vampire goes insane, then the fort technically dies. And to give you an idea, out of 5 vampires I've had that I've tried doing that, every single one of them has gone insane and just become an exclamation point eventually. So no, you can't just lock a vampire in a room. What you could do is get an undead necromancer. You have to kill him, raise him from the dead, lock him in a room. He can't go insane. So you could do that, but yes. Honestly, my biggest worry about this show is that people just find it boring. But I don't know. I enjoy it, so I'm still at it, I guess. For that reason. It's obviously not the most exciting thing, I think, but I do enjoy it. Well, I mean, I'm just going to be clear. I'm not going to do that in this fort. And no, it doesn't require invasions of the undead. You could do it with an adventurer. Like, you could take an adventurer, you could read the secrets of life and death, and you could do it with 2 adventurers. Like, you don't actually need to. Like, there is more than one way to do that. It's paperwork o'clock, Stone, heads up. The humans have arrived with their annual shipments. Yes. The whole point of this fort is to prove that frame rate death is not inevitable, and yes, you can keep a fortress running indefinitely. Because even, like, Tarn Adams gets kind of surprised when he hears about this fort still. He's like, oh, really? It still runs? Wow. It's like, that is the point of this fort, is to just prove to people that, yes, it can run. And frankly, for me, in my heart, I will be happy with this fort if we hit year 500. I would, of course, like to hit the year 1000 mark, but if we only ever make it to 500, I'll actually be kind of okay with that. But yes, a lot of things that people would like me to do would very much defeat the point of this fort. Can I see? About 25 to 30. It's a little low right now, but it goes up and down periodically. Currently, it's a bit on the low side, but when this fortress is running well, which it varies from year to year, it runs at about 30. Like, it's perfectly playable. It would be a bit lower if I had 200 dwarves. If we had 200 dwarves, it would probably be closer to 15, 20. Steady instead of 30 to 50. Steady. But right now, it's around 30. It's on the low end currently. Yeah, probably because of the Great Horned Owls. If there's flying animals around, the frame rate drops down by about 10. If there's no flying animals, it's fine. And also, depending on how much livestock we have, and I need to do some slaughtering. I need to bring that number back down to about 20. It's at 75 right now. Tarn has managed to keep the birth rates good enough for a fort not to die due to aging population. Yeah, I don't know. I'm impressed by the fact that this fort is still running without me having to gimmick it more, you know? All things considered. Stone, let me know when you got it. Let me know when you got it. Man, sometimes you just gotta be jealous. Meanwhile, so I tweeted out my stream for the first time in a long time. I'll scroll and then I'll show you this. Oh, wow. That didn't go all that far. Was that literally just like one? It's literally just one bull. It's rare for people to take a single fort this long. Yeah, I need to send them an updated copy of it, actually. But, shoutouts to Darren Sullivan, normal, regular from Twitch chat, who's just like, I'll watch next week. I'm not there. I mean, I don't know where there is, but I'd rather be there than where I am right now. And I'm not even much of a beach person. Like, damn. That's all I have to say to that. That's just blatant bragging, right? Come on, man. Come on, dude. And here's the other one. Got red. Perfect. All right. Let's run all the way up and basically just slaughter this entire page. This is gonna hurt the frame rate. Game doesn't like doing that, but I'm gonna do that. Satisfied at work? Well, that's good. Frustrated with being unable to take it easy for so long. This is one version behind right now. And no. I could, but no. Just because there are a few bugs that happen when you change versions. And I kind of didn't want to risk it with this one. Although, the version update from the version that this fort's running on to the current version hasn't really shown that many known bugs. We'll see when we see a Raz. If you could leave a lurk up, that'd be very helpful, but that's of course optional. Till next time, man. I'm encrusting gems on my bags. All of the bags. But versions are not always compatible, and like as an example, the Steam version is most likely going to, almost certain actually, to break the usability. Oh, you're encrusting it on an iron goblet. One. This is an iron goblet. This object is adorned with hanging rings of blue jade. Milken barrel. Item is an image of olive trees in Sard by La Fonda. Wonderful. What we hope for is to start providing Tard with that mood system that should make... What I hope is for proving to Tarn that the mood system should be fun again. Yeah, the current version, one of the reasons I never updated was because, like, stress got nerfed. Like, a lot. And I understand why he nerfed stress, because, like, he's planning on making the game harder. Making farming more complicated, making sieges more in-depth and violent, making, like... there's just a lot of change that will upset dwarves. Quite a bit. Which, good changes, from what I can tell. Problem is, is in order to in order for those changes to work, the stress system needs to be less intense, meaning that the game kind of got directly less difficult. In fact, like the status of like the most recent version is actually like the game is maybe way too difficult, or way too non-difficult. Like it's way too easy, at least for me. So I prefer the more obnoxious stress system to the kind of dumbed down one. Oh, maybe dumbed down's the wrong word. Simplified? Early autumn, so we should be getting dwarf traders soon. Yeah, I apparently have way more gems lying around than I thought I did, so we are putting a lot of gems away, apparently. Racking them hours up, Bloodcat. Hell yeah, dude. Now, is that the game saving? Or is that dwarf just moving real slowly? Dwarf was just moving real slowly. Must have been thinking about something or carrying something. Problem you saw was way too much dwarves being nervous wrecks. There should be both dwarves mentally tough in new versions as well as neurotic as the old ones. Yeah, I don't know. I'm maybe this is the wrong take to have, but my take at this point has very much been it's not really my place to say what Tarn should and should not do. And frankly, he can do whatever he wants. I'll just play the video game and enjoy it for what it is. And if there's a change or a feature I don't really like, then I just won't play that version. And that's kind of my method of going through things. Because frankly, Tarn does make changes from time to time that I do not agree with and do not like. You just wish for a slider for that? Oh yeah, probably. But like, I don't know if it's something that could have a slider. And I feel like implementing a slider would take way too long. I just kind of accept that Dwarf Fortress is constantly changing. Some hitching. I'm assuming that the hitching is because of us slaughtering all of these unicorns. Usually what causes hitching. You're back with tortellinis. Congratulations, Nun. Welcome back with tortellinis. What is your plan for those tortellinis? Aside from consumption, obviously. I hope that you, like, that they have a retirement as well. After work. Bit of a long message incoming. How dare you? You think the difficulty of actually keeping dwarves alive is a little too easy, and the amount of food that you get from different sources could be turned down significantly? Yeah, Tarn's has talked about that. He doesn't like the way the farming works currently. And still have to be very fair. I think that a big part of making the game difficulty better, in my opinion, is to make the outside influence a little more real. You couldn't get invaded by 200 strong RD and just shut the door. You have no idea how Tarn would make this work, but you want some change? He's talked about a lot of this stuff before, and a lot of this stuff was like in the midst of getting addressed when the premium versions started, right? Like the premium versions, like he was working on villains from like 2018 to the beginning of 2020, right? And villains, the whole point of villains was to make adventure mode more interesting. The second half of villains is supposed to make fortress mode and adventure mode even more interesting and add things like what you're talking about, right? The problem is when you then throw a wrench into that development cycle and he has to take 2.5 to 3 years to make the premium versions, which is the length of time it's taken, because he didn't really start working on them until 2020. It's really funny because like they announced the premium version in 2019, started planning it in 2018, but didn't actually start working on it until 2020. Part of the reason why a lot of people complain that it's taken so long, it's like it hasn't taken so long. In fact, it's actually a pretty reasonable amount of time for a version port. The issue is they announced it too early. Like if they announced the Steam version now would have been a good time to announce it. But the problem is the Dwarf Fortress community would be like, the fuck you working on, Tarn, for the last, 2 years. It's a tricky thing. Tarn's been planning digging enemies for a while. Better Sieges has been a thing that's been in the works for like a decade. Magic and like stuff like that is gonna make things more interesting, as well as flying enemies. Like the necromancer experiments also make combat a lot more interesting, because like I've been attacked by necromancer experiments that can fly and shoot fire. So it's like you'll have like 50 little flesh blobs that die in 2 hits, but like they shoot balls of fire and they fly over your walls. Like I've had shit like that happen, but like you really need to have some crazy ass necromancers for that to happen. And it's a lot of RNG as to whether or not you actually get stuff like that in your world. So we would have assumed it was the big wait for Magic. Probably. Reindeer cow's been found starved to death. Excuse me. Oh, I know why. Because I'm throwing away cages. I get cages for free all the time, and every so often I throw them all away and then replace them, which is what I'm doing right now. So they're finding all these dead animals in the cages. The dwarfs have arrived to trade. Oh yeah. So like, it's a tricky thing, right? And I'm just gonna not. I'm just not worrying too much about critiquing the current state of the game until the premium version's out, because I realize it's just not something Tarn is focusing on, and it's not something Tarn's working on, and it makes sense. It's actually kind of funny, because it wasn't the most recent interview, but the one before, somebody asked the question of Tarn, what does he think that the big wait is officially going to be now? Is it still the Magic version, or is it going to be the release for the Steam version? And are we going to have to wait longer for the Magic version than we did for the Steam version? And basically, like, his response was, like, realistically, it'll take him a year to put together Myths and Magic. Maybe a year and a half, which means in Tarn time 2 years, which is less time than it took him to make the Steam version. Like, the big complicating factor for Myths and Magic is going to be artwork. Yeah, and like the thing that the only time that I really get genuinely mad about people who criticize Tarn is when they're just like, when's he going to admit he needs help? It's like implying he needs help. It's his life's work. Let the man work on his life's work. You don't need to demand that he accepts assistance from another programmer. Like, this game exists because we have 2 brothers who love working on it. Let's let them continue working on it in the fashion that they love working on it, And I think that that's a very kind of important thing that I think a lot of people overlook. Just going to bring these really close ballista arrows. A few of the farther away ones. I just want to get those ones from right there, if they're actually there. So, I don't know. That's just my take. But that being said, farming is way too easy right now. One of my favorite things, actually, about Songs of Six specifically is just the way it does farming. Just the scale of the farm fields and all that. So satisfying. Extremely satisfying. And I really wish that the farm fields were bigger in Dwarf Fort, but I also kind of get why they're not. Just because of the ridiculous amount of calculations going on. Imagine if there was like 10 times the seeds and 100 times the plants. Just think about that for a second. They'd have to do some cheating for that to work. Let them fork the game. You know, honestly, I don't see that very often these days. But the thing that I do see relatively often in comments is people dismissing Tarn's ability and knowledge, and then turning around and saying that because they are dismissive of his ability and knowledge, they feel that he should do a thing that they think is what he needs to get. Doing. Coming up. I'm not picking you up, but if you climb up, you can come up. I don't want you to accidentally scratch me. This guy is not very good about not accidentally impaling me on his claws. Got himself stuck on the side. Good. One criticism you have about Tarn is him trying to make too honest of simulation. You suffer from such things yourself, although you absolutely feel him. What do you mean by honest? Like, you mean like without cheating and skipping things? I mean, that's the thing that he enjoys, right? And passion projects are driven by passion. So if you want a passion project to succeed and make it to the finish line, you have to let them do the thing that they're passionate about. And that's how I feel about Dwarf. It's kind of how I've always felt about it. It's like, if somebody has a passion project, let them do the fucking passion project. And accept it for what it is. People saying that they hope he releases a fork when Tarn dies, which is a little insulting to Tarn and hardcore putting the cart before the horse. Oh, absolutely. I mean, like, he's stated publicly, like, in many times in the past, that when he's unable to work on it anymore, assuming when he dies, or gets too old to work on it, they'll fork it. Like, they have said that many, many times. Like, that's kind of been a given since the beginning. Did I miss something? Not sure why that punch happened, but somebody punched somebody. Must have been an accident or something. He threw a shoe at him. Yeah, I think we have a tantrum. Yeah, Oswix is throwing a tantrum. Literally threw a shoe at a dwarf, which is kind of hilarious. Although I don't know if it was something that would actually require a crime to be reported. I don't see any crimes getting reported. Very mild tantrum. He threw a shoe at a dwarf. Miltongs Dumat says, I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have from our merchants? Yada, yada, yada. Metal bars. No, because Stadia is ceasing to exist, so... no. Also, I don't think Dwarf Fortress would be compatible with Stadia, because Stadia is Linux, right? And requires a Vulkan renderer? I don't think Dwarf Fortress uses a Vulkan renderer. Nil Tongues Dumont says, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. I could be mistaken there, but weren't they, like, oddly specific on their rendering requirements? Stadia isn't officially dying, but Stadia has been... Well, the Stadia brand still exists, but Stadia now is just an extension of the Google Stream brand, and there's a cat biting my finger. Is this like pull my finger, cat? Except you're biting my finger? Google Stream is the what's the opposite of consumer? Industry? No. Anyway, they're selling it to they're licensing the soft enterprise. That's it. They've changed it from like a consumer business model to an enterprise business model, and they are licensing that streaming service to at an enterprise level to other companies. Google Stadia still exists, but it's like a demo of the product now. It's not the product anymore. It seemed very anti-consumer from the get-go. It's a Google product. What do you expect? Like, jokes aside, it's a Google product. Of course it's going to be anti-consumer. Of course it's going to be bad for the end user. It's Google. Come on. Also, like, if you live in the States and have Amazon Prime, you have Amazon Luna, which is literally Google Stadia, but it's included free with your Amazon Prime. And there's like a couple dozen games on there that you can go play right now, which basically nobody knows about. But it exists. I have taken down one buzzard while stalking in Longdeath. Good for you, Errol, the mayor. Near a trade depot, this pleases you. Oh yeah, there is a Linux version of DF. I'm aware of this, Tygo. But it's not Tarn who does that. He has help to do that. Those ports are made by community contributors, not by Tarn, to my knowledge. So yes, I'm aware that there is a Linux native version of DF that runs just fine. But I don't think that DF would ever run on Stadia, is what I'm trying to say. Also, from a poll and a few other things, there's only about 3,000 people that are actively using and buying Stadia, using Stadia and buying games on Stadia, based on a couple of polls and estimations. So take that with whatever you will. Basically, nobody ever used that service. It would be a complete and total waste of time. So if you want to talk about cloud services, xCloud is probably more likely, which is Microsoft. But although, like, there's been a few people in this chat over the years who've run Dwarf Fortress on server structure, and they always say it runs terribly. So I don't think that that's something that we should really be hoping for. I'll put it that way. I don't think so. That is maybe not the best idea. As somebody who doesn't run a... Were you not paying attention to the conversation, oh man, really? It's a Google product. Of course it's anti-consumer. But just two examples as to why Google Stadia was anti-consumer. One, you have to purchase a digital product that you have no way of downloading that they could turn the servers off for at any time. Worst possible DRM you could imagine. It's the first thing. Second, it's Google. They have a tendency of shutting down all of their services and products with no warning and no logical reason for shutting it down. No fucking shit. It's anti-consumer. It's a Google product. Everything about Stadia is anti-consumer and a terrible product. No, see, here's the difference with Microsoft's cloud service, right? If you own a game on xCloud and you're paying, you can, so here's the difference between Stadia and xCloud, right? Stadia, you buy the game. That's it. They had a subscription service where you can try games, but the games don't last very long. Fuck Oculus. Second. Those games, the actual games on Stadia's subscription service never stayed on that service very long. It was only a very small handful of games, and it was like 2 weeks that you had to play them. With xCloud, if you buy a game on the Microsoft store, you have it on their streaming service, and you can use crossplay on the streaming service and on the store. So you can download it locally, you can download it on your Xbox, and play it on their streaming service. Thing one with xCloud. Thing two with xCloud. Everything that's on Game Pass is available on their streaming service. So if you have Game Pass, you can play all of those games that you're playing locally on your PC that you can buy and download on your PC and play them on the streaming service. xCloud is an addition to services that already exist. Stadia was a standalone closed garden that doesn't have any option to download games that you have purchased for full price. Yes, xCloud has problems, but it's the same problems that Steam has, where Steam could revoke access to any game that you own at any time. It's the same problem. But xCloud is a value add to a pre-existing garden, whereas Stadia was just a poor value garden to begin with. Does that make sense? I don't like those services. I also don't like DRM. I like free games. I like open source games. I like all the same stuff you do. But when it comes to terrible value services, Game Pass and Luna, Amazon's Luna, are better value than Stadia. Luna just because it's included with Amazon Prime, and Xbox Game Pass because all the games you already own on Xbox are streamable on their cloud service. I think that there's a really big difference between a value add for a pre-existing service and that's all that the service is. You'd all be all for a paid service, which gives you calculation power to offset while the program is on your PC. Yeah, I don't think that really exists in any service right now, but I don't know. I don't like cloud services. I would rather just run the game on my PC. But I don't know. I'm also becoming an old man, apparently. Yeah, absolutely. Robotic Ronald. Well, the thing about the Amazon one is it's included with Prime. So if you already have Prime, it's like, well, that's like saying that Amazon Prime Video is a bad service, which it kind of is. Like, the quality of show on there is like, nah. And like a good show on Amazon Prime is like a 1 in 1,000. Like, there is so much crap on Amazon Prime for every like one good show they have on there. But because like I'm paying for it for free shipping, it's a value add. The second Luna is available in Canada. I'll try it. Why not? As I'm already paying for it, it's not like it's not making my costs go up or anything. So. Also, chat, as I said earlier, if you want to help the stream out at no cost to you, go over to your channel and type in /host. Share the channel on social media. Post it on a Discord you like. Tell a friend. Share my podcast. I want to keep doing this full time. Need your help to do that. I can't do it by myself. And you've watched Wheel of Time and Battlestar Galactica 2 and nothing else interests you? You haven't seen The Expanse? The hell? The Expanse is literally like the best show on there. But yeah, no, I mean, like, Prime Video is not a great service. There's not a ton up there. But they got, like, a few movies here and there. Like John Wick on there. Well, then you can't have seen all of it, because the entirety of that show wasn't on TV. Like, it was canceled after 2 seasons on TV, and then it was sent to Netflix. And then it was on Netflix for, like, a season. And then it got bought by Amazon because Netflix canceled it. So You haven't seen all of The Expanse then, so get to it, chop chop, and watch the rest of it. Come on. I don't think that that's really a reality that we'll ever live in. Consumer quantum computing. I very much do not think that that is a reality that we'll ever live in. Maybe I'm like off base with that, but I'm pretty convinced at this point that I won't ever live in that reality. All right, how are we doing on animals? Pretty all right. I won't be alive in 180 years. If you plan on being alive in 180 years, congrats to you. I'll be shocked if I make it another 40. What? I mean, if you want to play Star Citizen, go play Star Citizen. You can get into the Star Citizen Alpha for $30. You can, or often it's free to play. Like, you can just go play Star Citizen. You don't need to wait. You know, Star Citizen is like one of the funkiest fucking things in the world to me, especially like as somebody who plays Dwarf Fortress. It's like Star Citizen is exactly the same as Dwarf Fortress. It is a creator with too many ideas and no deadlines and enough budget to just continue developing. It's practically the same thing as Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress just has the outward look of being a niche indie game, because that's what it is. But so is Star Citizen in a lot of ways. Picks and crutches. 1 pick, 3 crutches. And whenever I talk to people about that, like, people get weirdly aggro with me. People are just like, oh, yeah, what do you have against Tarn? It's like, I don't have anything against Tarn. I like Tarn a lot. But Tarn and a lot of these creators from the past that have a tendency of missing deadlines and super over-exaggerating features have a lot in common. Same with Sean Murray and Hello Games. They will be underwhelming, though, because they won't improve everyday tasks. If you ask a quantum computer what 4 plus 5 is, it'll say 9, but 9 possibly, but not sure. Yeah, it's like, I don't understand why people are just like, we'll get quantum computing. It's like, well, that's not gonna really, like, affect anything, though. That's like saying we can make houses out of Lego bricks. It's like, well, yeah, but why? It's like hitting an ant with a flamethrower for like day-to-day use. It's like, you don't need that. A lighter works just fine. Or a magnifying glass even. Hairspray, let's go. You don't need a flamethrower to kill an anthill. Come on, don't be silly. Where did you just get depressed from? It was like in the last 10 minutes. You're getting chased by something. Probably these bloody great horned owls. Nope. Can't be those. Yeah, see, I don't see how that's a positive. Like, I'm missing the positive here. And if there is like a positive or thing that I should be excited about, please do explain it, because I don't get it. That's a negative. I don't know. There's a lot of things about speculative technology that I just don't see the benefits of. Another one are all those people, and I talk about this a lot, but the people who are just like, put my brain in a computer. Fuck that shit. Don't put my brain in a computer. You don't need to know everything that I've been thinking about. I don't need you to know all the creepy shit that I'm into. Big data. Because they'll be like, yeah, you can upload your computer to the your brain to the internet, but also we need to keep a copy of it. Or they'll be like, or we need to harvest all of your memories and thoughts and desires. Yeah, that sounds awful. Fuck that. I like my mental capacity and brain to be completely separate from all cloud computing. Thanks. It would be an uploaded human thing. That's literally GLaDOS. Spoilers for Portal 2, sorry, but that's literally GLaDOS. Quantum computers are specific devices made in order to solve problems of quantum physics. That is basically all that they will be doing for a long time. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, they're trying to, like, send messages forward through time right now. I always read articles about them and go, ow, my brain. Also, Tygo, you have a pet dog in this fort, by the way. Humans are mind, body. Uploading mind won't have the expected result, depending on expectations, I guess. I don't know what people's expectations are, but, like, whenever it comes down to, oh, I just want to upload brain to computer, I always want to, like, ask the person what's wrong with them. I mean, that was useful. Far Cry. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like the big old hole punch machines that are now in museums. Those things are cool. Robotic Ronald. You're scared shitless of dogs, IRL? I have a very, very, very important psychological question for you, Tygo. How in the world is that scary? For reference, she's about the size of a cake. Maybe like 3 bananas across. I mean, look at that little pom-pom. Pitbull? Yeah, okay, I get you. Rottweiler? Oh, yeah, okay, definitely understand. Boy, how can you be scared shitless of all dogs? I mean, come on, you cake is like she's definitely a forbidden cake, yeah. My God, there's people at GDC. Every time I look at Twitter, I see people at GDC. I'm like, holy shit, GDC's happening. Not that like people shouldn't be at GDC. Like, fucking go to GDC if you want, but it's just like, I'm just surprised that it's actually happening. It's like the most perplexed I've been about games in a while is just like, oh, right, yeah, GDC's happening. Jesus. I guess that means I'll have some fun talks to watch at some point. That's going to be cool. Looking forward to that bit, actually. Placing item in tomb. I'm sorry, what the fuck? What year did Balinor die? So, I noticed that the dwarves are placing items in tomb. What? Hold the fucking phone. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, stop. We've had a loyalty cascade happen somewhere. We've lost 4 dwarves. Aqua's dead. Balinor is dead? Yes, very much so. Belinair is dead. Okay. My question is... Child attacks the merchant. So, okay, so somehow... Is Kickroast still alive? Somehow Kickroast got attacked. Kickroast is... Or was that dwarf that was lovers with basically every dwarf in the fort. Somehow that dwarf got attacked. I'm not sure how. And then Belinair, Balinor, Aqua, Oswix, Kickroast. Yeah, so Oswix died first. Oswix tantrumed, killed Kickroast. Well, I mean, we're still at peace with the home faction. We need to figure out who's fighting with who. Man. I think it's just the child that's fighting right now. And it's just because the child is vomiting. But looks like the merchant is tending to their wounds. My captain of the guard is dead because Aqua died, right? Pretty much. Like, that's... Well, it's she, actually. Not because one dwarf couldn't keep his junk. It's she couldn't keep her junk. In her trunk. Okay, I think it's Nano Chip. Yeah, I think it's Nano Chip. I'm going to expel Nano Chip. Because Nano Chip seems to be the... Yep. Yeah, it was definitely Nano Chip. I don't know what the fuck happened. But this dwarf just kind of went nuts. Let's hope that you just leave the map. The fighting seems to have stopped. It's usually like, what, 1 or 2 dwarves? While very young, actually self-destruct with a loyalty cascade. All the dwarves were packed in the tavern and all died except for... I had something like that happen. I had a were creature attack once, ages on a fort that I'd started that day, and we had like 80 dwarves. And I locked all the dwarves into a burrow, and in the process of locking the dwarves into a burrow, everything else just exploded into spontaneous violence. All right, I need to assign a new captain of the guard. Let's give it to Wit Code, just so that somebody can go. I don't think taverns are a bloody menace. They're not the worst. Public taverns, yes. Taverns, they're not bad. Wit Code is now the captain of the guard. follow the... Yeah, I think it's just Nanochip. Because Nanochip was the one with 2 kills. I'm not seeing any dwarves sprinting around, and I'm no longer seeing random combat logs. So that's good news. Whew. I'm also not seeing anybody reporting crimes, so whatever it wasn't considered a crime. Oh yeah, no, I know that. But public taverns are still a menace. Okay. Man, that was anxiety-inducing. Well, so you know how we were up to 55 dwarves? Well, we lost 6 in a couple of seconds there. And I'm still not totally sure what happened. But for a second there, I thought Longdeath was about to end. Whew. Oh boy. It's weird, though, that the one that snapped wasn't one that was already depressed. Good thing we have lots of tombs set up. Oh well, round of beers for the dwarves that are still alive, because fuck. I'm glad I was able to catch that dwarf pretty quick. It was pretty obvious when I was actually, like, looking at their movement patterns. Like, there was only one that was really, like, running in circles in a weird way. I need more coffins. $176 coffins. Good lord. Also, apologies, Aqua, but you're dead. Also, streamer's gonna sell out real quick and just say it costs about $2.01. Get number 1 on that leaderboard. Streamer's gotta pay bills. If anybody wants to de-seat Rory. Speaking of that, Orange, what up? How goes driving? Hope it's been all right. Yeah, that's sketchy. Literally, it was just a dwarf tantrumed and killed the dwarf who was lovers with everybody, and it just pissed off all the people who were lovers with her. That is unfortunate, but I'll take note of that liability going forward, I guess. Sadly not driving? Well, how was the recent drives? Wait, what happened? It happened in a minute. This is why you got to pay attention to the streams. We had a dwarf tantrum and murder kick roast. This is like my knowledge of events based on this. Oswix tantrumed and murdered a dwarf named Kick Roast, who was a merchant. Kick Roast was lovers with like 9 dwarves and married to one of my dwarves. And then that started a borderline loyalty cascade where Nanochip, who I think was married to Oswix, sided with Oswix, and then there was a mini loyalty cascade. So we went from 45 dwarves in the fort down to 40. We lost 5 dwarves. But it seems to have stopped, so we're okay. Crypt Rocks is supposed to be whiskey, but... or just, like, hard liquor. On you or the truck? I'm hoping the truck. Also, Orange, you heard about the new schedule, yeah? I can't remember if you were here when I announced that or not. Okay, I need another coffin set up so that Aqua can have one. Okay, just making sure. I don't know if it's better or worse for you, but... Alright, I think that the dwarves deserve a break now. Okay, so that's Oswix. Just the occasional fresh flesh wound or a scratch. Well, that's good to know. Yeah, well, I mean, Oswix would tantrum occasionally, but I didn't think Oswix was tough enough to, like, kill somebody like that. Yeah, okay, actually, never mind. Oswix got into a fight, but lost the fight. Bonecarver strikes the Scholar in the left upper arm with his iron pick. That's Oswix. The severed part sails off in an arc. The Scholar strikes at the Bonecarver, but the shot is directly parried. The Bonecarver strikes at the Scholar, but the Scholar is the merchant, by the way, so that's kick roast. The upper body with his iron pick, tearing apart the muscle. An artery has been opened by the attack. The Scholar is having trouble breathing. Scholar misses the Bonecarver. Oswix, the Scholar, has been found dead. Bonecarver being the other one, actually. I guess I had those two backwards. Yeah, so the merchant was the Bonecarver. And then they just started fighting backwards. But this is actually kind of cool. It's just like, and then after that, like, Kick Roast kind of went nuts and attacked the merchant. So her child that she was holding attacked her. And then she started attacking her child. And then shit just went whack. They might have even been lovers, too. Which is, like, a whole nother bag of worms. Did you have any... Okay, Anonymous didn't. I'm looking for somebody who had relations with Kick Roast so I can look. I think... Miltongue's... Oh, I can't check with you. Nope. Oh, they're... Okay. So, actually, here's an interesting thing. I assumed that they were lovers. Oswix was the kid of Kick Roast. Yeah. Oswix was the youngest daughter of Kick Roast. So I guess that makes some sense. And then Space Pirate was the child that attacked Kick Roast afterwards. And ended up in hospital, I think. Yeah. Space Pirate then attacked Kick Roast. So Oswix, Kick Roast's youngest daughter, tantrumed and attacked Kick Roast. Kick Roast then killed Oswix, and that made their child attack Kick Roast, and then all hell broke loose. And that, like, annihilated half of a family tree in a couple of minutes. Well, I mean, like, that's not that outrageous, right? Like, if a daughter goes insane and tries to kill their mother, the mother kills the daughter, it's not that ridiculous to imagine a world where then child turns around and attacks mom. You know, like, that's not, like, that outrageous, I don't think. Like, as far as a turn of events goes, like, that's pretty what I would describe as logical. To a degree, anyway. I mean, it's pretty fucked up, but, like, I don't know. I don't think I would be too surprised if that series of events happened. Yeah, it's like a bad episode of a true crime podcast. Exactly. It's like an unsolved mystery. It's like, well, why did this person go insane and try and kill their mother? You've never actually listened to one? Come on. True crime stuff's fun. Although I do sometimes worry about people who listen to way too much true crime stuff. Because, like, being unhealthily obsessed with anything is a bad thing. Especially serial killers. Well, that's the most stressed I've been about this fort in a minute. I don't think I've ever actually watched any true crime on, like, TV outside of Unsolved Mysteries. But Unsolved Mysteries was a fine show. I wouldn't say it was a bad show. I'll say, hey, Jay, right? What's up? Unsolved Mysteries was fine. It wasn't great, but it was fine. But regardless, we made it through. I think also I'm going to jump up to the surface here. I'm going to make a memorial to Kick Roast. I really wish I could search this. I don't think it's Dwarf Fortress's specialty, because Dwarf Fortress doesn't revel in the fucked upness. I think you're confusing Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld right now. There you are. Dwarf Fortress just allows for the fucked up to happen. But, like, you know, this fortress has been running for that many years, right? Very long time. I think those events have happened twice, and both times we survived. So, in the grand scheme of things, I don't actually think it's that ridiculous. 2 mild family disputes that ended murder in a fortress that's been around for 300 plus years seems kind of reasonable, actually. If it's 2 times a month, like RimWorld, then maybe not. But once every 300 years, yeah, it checks out. Yeah, and that's why I like it. Because being able to make situations like that happen without reveling in them is neat. Uneasy after seeing Aqua's dead body. Angry after getting an argument. And frustrating after being unable to practice a martial art. Well, unfortunately, Zatsuki, you can't practice a martial art. And it's not because I don't want you to be able to, but you just can't. So my brain melted while I was watching Tekud's stream the other day. He pumped water down into what I assume is going to be like a farming area. And while he was doing that, I thought that he pumped water up using only one pump. And it completely melted my brain for a second there. I was like, how did you just do that? But he didn't. And I really wish that it was true. Really wish that he was able to vertically pump stuff upwards without actually using a pump stack, just one single pump. But anyway, with that very stressful moment over, how's everybody doing out there, chat? I know some people tuned in since then, like Orange is here and a few other people popped in. I mean, you're a Metroid, not a Jedi, right? Still placing objects in tombs. Man. So many bits and pieces of that dwarf. Must have gotten hacked into a billion pieces by one of my military dwarves. Fortunately, it didn't throw us into a full-blown civil war. Just destroyed a family. All that happened because one dwarf just had a lot of lovers. All right. Now you're back at it. Awkward silence. Which part? It's been like less than a minute since I didn't say anything. Just watching dwarves running around. It's only awkward if you say it is. Oh, what's up, Zuzi? Wintertime? Fall took forever. Because of that bloody mess. And also the notification is currently covered up by a stray unicorn full has been found, has been slaughtered, so. Good win, Aqua. Damn, I also won. Fuck yeah. Do me a huge favor, Zuzi. Don't ever enter my stream with the statement awkward silence, though. That's just mean. But it's neither awkward nor silent. Also, I literally spoke like 10 seconds before you typed that, so. Please don't do that. It gives me, like, weird existential crisis thoughts. Which aren't helpful to anybody. Just damages me. Still putting bits in tombs. No, it's all good. You know, for future. I have enough existential crisis thoughts in my head anyway without the assistance of chat, so. Okay, there you go. That's the remainder of it. Jeez. Also, yes. Early winter, 383. But yeah, we just had a small loyalty issue. And some infighting and lost a couple dwarves, so I'm just kind of watching them clean up the aftermath, and there isn't really much to say right now. We lost 5 dwarves in the process. You hate existential thoughts? Yeah. We got a lot of those right now, but okay. We'll survive. But then again, I've had a lot of those for the past, like, 3 months, so. Well, I mean, closed captions are wrong except for when they're right. So, as long as you can, like, approximate what I'm saying. There was a person in this chat a little while ago who, at least in chat, claimed to be completely deaf, that they didn't hear anything ever. And so they were using the closed captions, and I asked how accurate they are, and they're like, well, they're incredibly inaccurate, but you can, like, intuit what the person is saying through that, which is, you know, seems kind of nice. Even if, like, you don't have good closed captions as an option. It's something. What, the assistance of Chad? The country Chad? Or Twitch Chad? Which Chad? Because I don't... Lip reading and captions. Well... Considering it thought that me saying captions well was cat shins swell. Yeah. I got it right the second time. Fuck you. Whatever. I do, because I don't have it. If I had the assistance of Chad, then I wouldn't question it. I've never once had the assistance of Chad. Hi, Kiri. Thank you for the raid. My fort just about died a minute ago. We had a very precarious moment for a few seconds where I was very concerned that we may lose, like, 2 plus almost 2 years of work. But save it. This is a permadeath game, miss. Which is, I have a backup save, but if I die, I die. But thank you very much for the raid, Kiri. I hope that achievement hunting in 2 Point Hospital was a good time. I was lurking for a little bit before I started up today, but didn't get to say hi. Dap, what's up? Reza, hi. Redger, hello. Bjorn, what's up? Hey, Anya. Sci-Fi Alex. Got some Chivos? Hell yeah. Well, as fish pickles. Now, is this fish and pickles? Because that I can get down with. Freudian slip. Orange. Lumping. You know what I mean. Pickled fish? Is this like a Swedish thing? Regardless, though. Let's see if this crashes my bot. By the way, I've found a bunch of different commands that crash my bot at this point. Yay, that one doesn't. Because it did once yesterday. Anyway, you guys should follow Kiri. He's fantastic. He streams before I do. Part of my stream team. He does a lot of achievement hunting in 2D indie games. I'm just trying to keep this fort from dying. Now, if you want to hear me say really random stuff, I get to do that now. Where was we? Great friends sleep when others drink cola. During sleepwalking, don't use scissors. Oxygen is overrated, however, it seems. Checks fun business. The kingdom is going kaput. Okay. Squirrels seek bolts and nuts to cover their homes with. High chairs are... Please continue. That's the one that I'm familiar with. I thought that was pickled fish. But I'm assuming the Dutch probably have something. Pickled or rotten? What's the difference? a lot. I know that there's a very large difference between pickled and rotten. But what if you pickled rotten fish? Now I'm just asking the questions nobody thought to ask, which is dangerous. But yeah, I want to say that I think that you might be right, Fish Pickles, that word I can't pronounce is rotten. Roll mops is pickled fish, no brine? Hold on, let me do a Google search. Let's find out. I'm sure Google will know. Surströmming. What is? It's fermented. Fermented. So yeah, it's fermented in what appears to be a brine-like substance. So yeah, fermentation, pickling, still preservatives, but different process. All right, so then the name would be fermented fish instead of fish pickles. But anyway, now I want to try pickled fish. I like pickled things. Pickles are good. But like out here in Canada, we don't really have access to a lot of pickled meats because meats keep here well enough, I guess. But we do have. Okay, that's fine. We do have some international stores where you can get that stuff. You get it at normal grocery stores? Which end of Canada? Because yes, in international aisles over here. Ontario? Okay, that might be why. Because I'm over in British Columbia, in Vancouver. In if you go to an import store or an international import store, I've seen stuff like that. But, like, if I go to my grocery store, it's not going to have that. But then again, the grocery store I go to is pretty small. Yeah, but Quebec is a lot closer to Europe than Vancouver. Like, I could get anything that you could imagine from, like, Korea or Japan. Like, there's a whole aisle dedicated to Japanese food in my grocery store. But things from Europe, like, the only store that I can think of that actually has anything from Europe would be, well, technically not even in Europe, part of the EU anymore, would be the UK specialty aisle in Walmart. I mean, we have candied salmon. Like, I could go get candied salmon, but I don't know of any, like, the preserved fish section in the, like, by the meats and all that is, like, a shelf, and it's just candied salmon and jerky. That's it. At least in my store. Brampton, Ontario? Huh. Interesting. I mean, like, you can buy, like, canned tuna and canned fish, but I don't know of any, like, fermented fish that you can buy. You know, it's kind of funny that you mentioned that, Orange, because I read an article. You need food, old man? I read an article about how the best traditional Korean food you can get is actually available in LA, not in Korea, because restaurants in Korea have moved on and have changed recipes and evolved, whereas in LA, they make it the same way they did when they moved over there in the 50s, because they just haven't changed the recipe. Which I think is a really interesting concept, because, like, recipes change regionally, right, as time moves, but if you take a recipe and you move somewhere else, the recipe becomes locked in and they never change it. So you can get better traditional Korean food in LA than you can in Korea. In most places in Korea, anyway. In major Korean cities. Which I think is kind of fascinating. And it's not an super uncommon phenomenon. Often, food from other places, the recipes stay the same longer. Is all that's needed in pickling fish? Huh. I have a 20-year-old cat that would like me to give him a teaspoon of bison intestines, so I'm going to do that. I will be back in like 10 seconds. The old man has been given his hourly noms. You will say that the pickled variety is a lot more fishy tasting. Huh. I guess that would make sense, yeah. Yeah, his kangaroo flesh and bison intestine. Blend. It just looks like a bloody mess. I will be completely honest with you, it's like, I don't mind cooking meats. I don't mind handling raw meat. His food's really gross. It's literally just like this mess of like mashed up flesh that blood comes out of. And it's like, ugh. After one race, no idea. But that race was entertaining. That's my take. Do I have any thoughts? No, not really. But like, that was an entertaining race. Oh yeah, absolutely that cat eats better than most people. Classically pickled fermented cucumbers. You see, I can get really fancy pickles because there's a pickle store where I live, but it's specifically pickled vegetables. They don't have any pickled meats. So they have like cucumbers, onions, peppers, carrots, olives. They sell oil and that sort of stuff, but they don't have any food. So much actual racing. It was a fun fucking race, but like after one race, it's really hard to say. I mean, like I've been reading articles and listening to things. It's like it's gonna be a development season. I think it's gonna. I'm not really gonna have an opinion on the F1 season until like race 5. I do have some concerns, being that like there was like the pack at the lead that was about 4 or 5 cars. It was like the 2 Ferraris, a Red Bull, and then one of the Mercs, and then like 40 seconds, and then the rest of the pack. So like that's concerning. Did I say pickle store? Yes, we have a pickle store in New West. It's a store that just sells pickles, but it has no pickled meats. It's just pickles. I mean, I don't mind No More Mazepin because he was a boring driver to watch and kind of an asinine little prick. So it's a good thing that he's gone. And fucking just let Kimmy retire. Like, dude just wants to like work on a motorcycle and hang out with his kids. Like, let the guy just go be a dad. I will miss Kimmy. Kimmy was a good character, but like, come on, guy's got to retire at some point. So I think that is fine. Man, you got like the shit kicked out of you in those fights. But I gotta remove you as captain of the guard, I think, because you're too strong. Let's give Arch the second that job. Who are your drivers that I'm watching this year? I really like, well, I mean, who mentioned that? You said that you're a Haas convert. I really like K-Mag. He's just an entertaining character. I'm going to be watching Alfa Romeo pretty closely. They seem like they're going to be a fun team to watch this year. Aside from that, I'm not too picky. I just kind of like watching the whole cast of things happening. All I really want to see from F1 is I want to see lots of competition at the front. And points changing hands and different people taking the lead. I want to see fun fights in the mid pack, and I want to see the people at the back markers get points occasionally. So I don't know. I just want to see good racing, really. I'm not really somebody who generally cheers for a specific person. George Russell seems kind of fun, but I have a weird concern that like I'm going to learn to dislike George Russell now that he's in Merc, just because Merc drivers have a tendency of being really annoying, just because of like I think the way their team culture works and the way they deal with loss, which is fine. I mean, it's a strategy that works, but it's not very entertaining to watch, in my opinion. So, good luck to George, but I can't really say that I'm super cheering for him this year. Unless he proves to be a really entertaining driver to watch. I'm always watching and cheering for Sergio just because I like Sergio. Perez is a fun driver to watch. But yeah, I think like the team that I'm going to be watching this year more than I watched last year is probably Alfa Romeo, just because I like Bottas. Bottas is a fun driver to watch. Gonna go get foods? Go get some good foods. Kitty wants his face scratched. I don't want him on my lap because then I have to pick cat hair out of my keyboard, which I'm not too fond of. I'm babysitting this very ancient kitty. If you want to see pictures of him, go look in the pet pictures section of Discord and scroll up. A few screenshots from him on the stream yesterday. I don't want him to get used to being in my lap all the time because I like him and I don't mind him being in my lap, but he sheds like crazy. Especially this time of year, it's shedding season for kitties, so. You're out of gin. Trying to make a pun out of this, and I can't think of one. You should have been more gentle with your portion size. I don't know. Not even gonna finish that. The last glass rate 69 grams though. Nice. 69 grams. I don't believe I've ever like measured. Well, yeah, because I normally just do pint glasses of beer, so I'm not too worried usually. You're dieting. Is there like carbs in gin? I don't know very much about gin. Probably well, no, tequila's the one I know the least about. I like gin. I just don't know much about gin. Be ginned? Ouch. You're not gonna finish. Maybe you shouldn't have even be ginned. It was horribly forced and you're not sorry. Yeah, no, I agree. I read it out loud twice and I'm also not sorry. There's calories. You do calorie count diets. People don't like to diet, but there's a lot more work that's guaranteed to. But it's more work, but it's people diet like that because it's more work, but it's guaranteed results every time. See, I've like lived in this weird reality where I've never needed to diet in my entire life, and I constantly need to gain weight. Like I've been underweight my entire existence. Like even right now, it's like I told my doctor my weight 2 weeks ago, and she just was like, "Eat more cheeseburger." I'm like, "Ma'am, I'm a type 1 diabetic." She goes, "Eat more cheeseburger." Don't like my doctor very much. She's fine. I'm looking for a new one. Wait, a second an option comes up, I'm taking it. But then again, she did tell me to smoke more weed, so. Did you try one of those programs to show your Thor Fortress in 3D? I know how to look at this game, so I don't need those programs. And I don't think they look particularly nice. I do release the save file for this fortress every 100 years. My seafood, I eat it. See, no, if in order to type that pun out, you have to say I'm on the seafood diet. I see food, I eat. There you go. Come on. Oh, I forgot the on the in that sentence, but you know what I meant. Your weight is usually super stable. You went a little hard on the junk food last year. Normally a hard time bulking and then cutting, and you used to be a gym goer. Okay, well if you've been a gym goer, that would be why. Yeah, because your body's just like. Bleh! Yeah, they're in my Google Drive. I pinned them in the Discord. They're also attached to my YouTube uploads. But nobody ever downloads them, so it's like, why even bother? Swall? You mean swole? Not swall? Is swall even a word? Icy food diet. I don't think so. Be like, did you see the like minor catastrophe we had in this fort a minute ago? I don't know if you noticed that, but we damn near lost the fort. Came damn close to that. Which is terrifying. I thought it was seashore's wall, not seashore's swall. But swall isn't a word, I don't think, is it? I know S-wall is a word. Yeah, they're so bad, I'm like questioning what I understand of the English language. Yeah. This cat is really funny about his litter box. Huh. Well, there you go. Belfast slang. It's a very specific part of the world slang. Let's keep that forbidden. All right, let's lock this and just pull this lever. Thunk. Crunch. And unlock that. I mean, that's just Irish slang, right? Extremely specific words for extremely specific regions. Also, chat, something that I've been thinking about recently is little things that I could add to the Patreon just to make it more enticing. I mean, we added the extra sound commands last year, which I think are an excellent addition. But I need to find 1 or 2 more perks for it. So if anybody ends up with any ideas, feel free to yell at me. The pointless conversation was already ignited. I'm having a hard time wrapping my mind around that one, but okay. But boy, we're getting rid of a lot of crap right now. Definitely doing spring cleaning in the fort. Where the hell are you guys going? They're not going where I think they're going, are they? Working on homework, things are good. I mean, things are all right. I'm a little stressed out at this exact moment because I damn near lost this fortress that I've played for 2 years. But I think they're all right. Oh man. That's a big whoopsie. Got a lot of jobs that need canceling, which hopefully will fix that. You can't always be on forum. Yesterday you made great puns. Yeah, no, I mean sometimes my puns are hilarious, and then sometimes they just make chat die. There's like never a middle ground there. But how did the game jam go, Sui, if I can ask, before you go back into your hard lurks? Was recently bought a toy and he said, I think it fell. You know, sometimes, Stone, you type with more slang than other days. And sometimes I can read what you're saying perfectly and make perfect sense of it. And then sometimes I read what you're saying and I'm like, I just missed like 80% of that. What? Pi was olden, a recently brought toy and said, I think it's felt. And of course, and I said, of course it's felt. You're holding it. It's like, I don't know what I think it's felt means. Unless you're talking about like, so I'm confused. Felt as, I know that felt is a cloth, but why would somebody that they think say they think it's felt? But is the cloth felt spelled F-E-L-T? I thought it was spelled differently. Anyway, sorry, I just completely lost the middle of that halfway through, but I appear to be catching up. If they don't, the joke falls apart. This seems like one of those jokes that would play better verbally than in text, which is often the case for jokes along these lines. They just play better if stated verbally instead of in text format. Like, I say that about puns quite frequently. It's like, some puns just don't work in text. Or like, if you read too quickly and you read the punchline before you read the actual, like, beginning part of a joke too. I do that sometimes, and I'll read a joke backwards in Twitch channel. I'll be like, this is why, like, often I know this isn't free, but the best way to, like, tell jokes in Twitch chat is with text-to-speech. Because it's like, at the very least, that way, you're not going to miss the punchline because the bot has, or the AI has a little bit more, what's it called? Or the voice to text is, or text to speech has a little bit more comedic timing than reading. It worked in the moment in the stream. It did. Well, fair enough. I'll believe you. Also, I only just realized you were talking about Pythania. I was very confused about the pi was olden part. Okay. Now I'm starting to pick up. You hate TTS, it's just people being annoying? I don't agree with that. If you're gonna be annoying, at least pay for the right to be annoying. Yeah, I never call them pi. I know them as Pythania. So when people just say pi, whoosh. You know? Also, I made a lab for that dwarf, I think. Yes, but you see, I'm not a big channel, right? And I wouldn't permit that kind of crap anyway. So, I mean, if you're going to just spam erotica, yeah, then yes, I will remove that. But if people want to tell a pun, fucking go nuts. Like, I don't know if you know the name Armor, but Armor used to come into this channel all the time. And back when he had more money to burn, he would just pop into the channel and, like, 100 bits at a time and just tell dad jokes. It was amazing. We'd always be crying, laughing by the end of it. But if you fucking copy pasta Mario erotica, I might actually just ban you. Like, I don't need your money at that point. Take your terrible bullshit and go elsewhere, please. But I don't know. Streamers need incentives to make money, right? And TTS is a really good one. Paying for the right to be annoying is one of the best ways to incentivize people to do stuff. That's why everybody has different sounds for different amounts, and why people have the sound commands that they pay for in this channel. It's so you can pay for the right to make weird sounds. The decent business model. Unfortunately, these streams don't run in completely for free as much as I would like them to. So I'm sorry that you hate TTS, but I don't think any channel that uses them is ever going to have them go away. My advice to you is to just simply find channels that have communities that use TTS in a way that you find not annoying. Generally, channels like the one you described, I just stop watching pretty quickly, because it's not a community that I enjoy. I've stopped watching many channels in the past because their community does things that I find to be rather obnoxious. And that would be something that would push me away from a stream. Just got real bad. Like I said, people gotta pay bills. So I kind of get it from that perspective, but also, like, if it starts to damage your community, it's time to stop. Yeah, I know who Artosis is, but can't say I've watched one of Artosis' streams in the last decade. I'm removing all of these cages because I just don't need them. I just get them for free over time from the humans. They bring them as gifts constantly. About to hit spring. We're into late winter. How the hell? I know very little about pens. I'm sure they're a good format of pen, though. Fun fact, I only own one pen, and I don't own a single pencil. It's legit just for signing things. No, it's a disposable pen. Very cheap disposable pen. Or you could just be like me and don't. Although you should call them Zetal. Just because your name's Tekid. Is that the name of the command? There it is. Zephoduthal. There you go. That's the name for your channel points. You name everything? I mean, yeah, I've seen your forts. But there's a good reason for what you could call your channel points. Yeah, no, mine has like it's not a ballpoint. It's the one that has like the tiny little brush on the end. I don't know the name of that type of pen, but it's like it's not a hard point with ink in it. It's a little soft tip pen. I don't know the name of them. But yeah, I use it legit for signing paperwork once a year to keep my what's the word? Lease? Not quite. It's not a felt pen. Felt pens are bigger, but it's smaller like a ballpoint, but it's a tiny little brush. Tiny little brush. It's like a brush like the size of a pinhead. Or maybe even smaller than a pinhead, actually. It's more like the end of like a toothpick. Felt tip pen? Probably. Hold on. Let me Google cheap felt tip pen. Cheap felt tip pen. Almost identical to this, but different brand. And black, like this one. It's got a different handle, though. Looks like that. That's the kind of pen that I have. I have one of them. The reason I have one of them is because it's branded with my parents' business. But it's the only pen that I own. I used to own like hundreds and hundreds of pens and lots of crayons and shit when my ex lived here, but I just kind of got rid of all that stuff. What a point. No reason to keep it. You've been wanting to start buying recycled printer ink from a place in Australia for your pens. And you think it's nifty that they're trying to make a business out of harvesting ink from empty cartridges and recycling the plastic? Now, is this empty cartridges or empty cartridges? Well, I mean, you put it in quotes, so I guess I should assume that it's empty cartridges. You have a lot of pens and a pen in your coat, a pen in your notebook, a pen on the other side of the table, some colored pens on the desk. I do own, actually, this is not totally true. I do own a small box of 8 colors of pencil crayons, but I have those for making custom cassette sleeves. So, like the covers for cassettes that I make for myself. So if I record a mixtape or something, I can write something on the side. I really enjoy that. Most of these cages that we are dumping right now, by the way, I realize I could melt them, but we're just getting rid of them. Most of these are from tributes, if not all of them. What's the difference between water and alcohol, Tekid? Well, I mean, I know, but I know the difference between water and alcohol. Please don't answer actually that question verbatim. But in the instance of solvent and ink, as I know very little about this sort of thing in this subject. Okay, that's normal for you? Fine, okay. We are in spring. I should be feeling great. I know that feeling, Katsu. Know that feeling. My God. This is a new one. So this is a first that has ever happened, right? And I'm assuming it's because I responded to a tweet about beer from a local brewery a couple of days ago. But I just got a DM, and I'm just gonna read this verbatim, right? Hey, we see you're in the Vancouver area. We recently opened a psilocybin dispensary. We have a really nice, comfortable spa-type vibe, and everything from microdosing to gummies to chocolates and even drinks. Fucking Vancouver. And then the address. That's amusing. They're just like DMing people that leave comments at the brewery that's up the street from there. That's funny. Anyway, humans have arrived with their annual tribute. Eesh. I don't believe I've ever had somebody cold call me about mushrooms before. But first time for everything, I suppose? Oh, Canada. Tekit, is that your side hustle you're DMing me with? Yeah, but like if I want psilocybin, I can just order it online. It's like there's dozens of places that will just mail you the shit. So we've talked about this on stream many times, Aqua. In Canada, it is perfectly legal to sell and use psilocybin. It's illegal to pick it. You can grow it legally too. So you can grow it legally, you can sell it legally, and you can hold it legally up to a certain amount. It's illegal to pick it. That is the only part that is illegal, is harvesting them. They're completely decriminalized outside of that. So stores can open. How the fuck they get supplies? Good question. That's the gray market part, is how they get their stock. But yeah, it's perfectly legal to have them and sell them. Like you can buy them at fucking farmers markets sometimes. Like the last time I bought psilocybin was actually at a farmers market. Like there was just like a dude who had like carrots and beets and parsley and magic mushrooms and yeah, also this is quite the amount. Yay. Okay. What the fuck is Benadryl? I am very tempted to just do it. Let me Google that for you. But what the fuck is Benadryl? What is Benadryl? It's a brand name for over-the-counter medication that's classified as an antihistamine. It is used to help relieve symptoms of hay fever, seasonal allergies, and other allergies, and the common cold, as well as itchy skin due to insect bites and other cases. It's it's an antihistamine. Also, how are you, Kravicus? Good news. Your dwarf is still alive. Better news, your family's all still alive. Your dad owns 69 objects. Nice. So, just thought I'd let you know. Ah. Sometimes I don't have time to hit the mute button. Somehow alive after 2 exams? Or are they shooting at you for the exams or something? Is this an exam or a knife fight? You don't have to send me your spores if that's what you're asking. Denver, it's decriminalized, but nobody's coming after you for saying that at sometimes. You have hundreds of grams in your freezer. Oh, wow. Hundreds of grams. Okay. That is cool. They've done that the same in a thing somewhere in the Pacific Northwest, but it's still legal federally. Gotcha. Trials by combat. Exams by combat. Is your dwarf still alive? Yes, your dwarf is still alive. That cat. You have a very large family. Mothrai, Athros, Red Octobear, Hoshan, Aqua, who's dead, Anthony, the Squoid, Alden, Mar, Krabicus, Mark, Merc, Elomino, Cussy, all of your siblings. Huge family. I mean, what's the difference, really? Sometimes the exam involves a knife fight, sometimes the other way around. Well, something that I think is very amusing, which I mentioned on stream the other day, is I recently bought seeds to grow cannabis, right? You can legally have 4 plants. They only sell them in packs of 5 seeds. And seedlings, they sell in packs of 6. So what am I supposed to do? Just like fucking flatten one of them? Like, how the, why would you do? And this is from like BC cannabis stores, like the government dispensary. I don't understand. It's like you can have 4 plants. I will never understand the logic of that. Right, we've still got a few dwarves bringing trash to the garbage. And then I think we're just going to kind of let the dwarves relax for a season. Bloody hell, they need it. Possibly, yeah. They assume the seeds will not survive. Yeah, I mean, like it's probably just a spare. I just think it's funny. It's like when IKEA gives you extra screws. Yeah, well, no one ever. You know, honestly, IKEA giving me extra screws just gives me anxiety because like I'll finish putting a thing together and there'll be like 5 screws left and I'll be like, where did I forget to put a screw in? And it never occurs to me that they're extras. It always makes me think that I forgot to put screws in at some point. So I actually wish that IKEA would give me less screws because I never use the extras. Consumer will pick the 4 strongest growers? Probably. Probably. It's like hot dogs coming in a pack of 12, but the buns come in a pack of 8. No, that's just a loss leader. Besides, come on. Cool kids put 2 hot dogs in their buns. I'm just saying. I used to always do that growing up. Go to a hot dog stand, order 2 wieners, 1 bun. Let's go. Especially if they're like the crappy like small hot dogs that are like that big around, like the size of your thumb. It's like, come on, you can cram 2 of those in a bun. It's tiny little wieners. You can do better than that. Do far better than that. Yeah, absolutely, Krabicus. You started a set of 24 lemon trees despite intending to grow just 1 in the end. You had the seeds. I mean, I currently have 4 avocado trees growing in my kitchen because I was just bored one day and threw a bunch of avocado pits into a bowl of water. And so they've all sprouted. I'm like, well, fuck, what do I do with them now? It's like, okay, I got step 1 done. I guess I need to go buy a pot. Shit. It's like I lack some pre-planning at times. It's like I wasn't expecting all of these to sprout so happily, and now I feel bad getting rid of them. Oh no. Just go plant them in my buildings garden and see if anybody notices. All right, so the elves have arrived. We'll give them their lunches. As a hippie, I approve of this message. Although I don't actually think that I have a warm enough climate to, like, let an avocado tree survive the winter. I might be wrong, but... We did the same here. The one we gave our parents is 4 feet tall, and 3 we kept the other, and they died horribly. The 3 we kept either died or are hardly over a foot tall. Well, I mean, hey. Have they ever produced any avocado though? That's the question. You also discovered the butter biscuits you buy are better sleeping pills than your actual sleeping pills. Hold on, I've a... How old are you? If you're taking sleeping pills, there is something really wrong with your living situation. No one should ever have to take sleeping pills. You know what's really funny? Because I got that fucking DM from a random mushroom dispensary. I'm going through like my non-permitted DMs and realizing that I have not 1 but 4 DMs from artisan builds. Yeah. About that. Well, I never responded to any of these, so... From what? Artisan Builds. They were a boutique computer manufacturer until a couple of weeks ago when they went full stupid and their CEO said dumb stuff on air. You can go look it up if you want. It's not really even worth repeating. Let's just say that the company doesn't exist anymore. They made boutique PCs. And I wouldn't be shocked if they get, like, annihilated via lawsuits soon. Not sleeping pills per se? I don't know. Like, as somebody who's had dependencies on all kinds of uppers and downers in my life, that shit makes me worried when I hear people saying that they're on sleeping pills. Is they're usually super hardy compared to other plants. You won't complain about simply being indoors for winter. Yeah, I'm thinking about just having, like, I'm thinking about trying to grow one of those avocado trees, planting it in an indoor pot and just keeping it indoors. Maybe putting it out for like a couple months in the summer and then keeping it inside the rest of the time. That's kind of what I'm planning on doing. Because I kind of want a nice tree. I like trees. I want a tree for indoors. Although I'm running out of floor space. Okay, fair enough. That's less concerning, but still worrisome. Take care of yourself, man. Dependencies are terrifying. So this is perplexing. Tekid, you might actually understand this. I queued up a bunch of encrusting jobs in here. They've been encrusting shit for a while, and they're definitely doing it. But they haven't ticked down on here at all. Let's just say the, I guess, no longer CEO of Artisan Builds unironically wears a Star-Lord branded jacket all the time. So, just keep that in mind. I mean, let me grab a link from him. If you want to see... I don't even know if this tweet still exists, does it? Nope. Doesn't even exist anymore. I think AKA Mike B covered it a while ago. Nope. No, there is not. But they are encrusting them. It's just random furniture. And they've been doing it for a while, and the jobs aren't canceling. Nope. They almost had an employee buyout, but then... Okay, TLDR version of what happened with Artisan Builds, as I understand it. They were basically just a affiliate marketing based boutique PC manufacturer, where they would manufacture build to order PCs to your spec, basically. Like they were like a CyberPower PC but independent. And all of their marketing was done through streamers, right? Like that was all of their marketing. Yeah, no, like they are encrusting all kinds of things. I must have. Like, all of this stuff's been encrusted. Like, Anyway, I must have. But so they were doing a giveaway for a full PC, and on the live stream as part of the giveaway, instead of just like pulling the winner and saying the name of the winner, they pulled the winner, said the name of the winner, and then went through the winner's history and then disqualified the winner after drawing the name and displaying it on stream for 5 minutes because she didn't have enough followers on any platform and had no clicks on their affiliate link. Which wasn't a stated requirement as part of the giveaway in advance. So they retroactively changed the rules for the giveaway while the giveaway was happening. Which, spoilers, is a real good way to piss off a lot of fucking people. And this is like a company that was partnered with ProDZ and Mizkif and a lot of the biggest streamers on Twitch and some of the biggest YouTubers in existence. So after that giveaway happened, basically all of their biggest affiliate sellers backed out of working with them and basically said, yeah, fuck these guys. And then their business kind of just collapsed overnight, basically. So they went from having like being wildly successful as an affiliate marketing thing to suddenly having absolutely no outward success, basically. Twats acted stupid and murdered themselves. Yep. Twats be twats. Pretty much. You asked a doctor if you can get an addiction. They said that they don't give you one. Well, they didn't explain why. I said that since melatonin is a hormone, you can actually produce and regulate sleep. Yeah, but in my as somebody who took melatonin for a really long time, in my experience, it becomes harder to sleep without it at a point because your body gets used to having a higher amount of that hormone to fall asleep. So while no, it's not addictive because you won't get any what's the word? You won't get withdrawals if you stop taking it. You will, however, it can make it harder to sleep without it. Like, it becomes something that you just kind of need to sleep at a point, which is why I stopped taking it a long time ago. Now I just take weed, but that's... Yes, you also gain tolerance, which makes it harder for you to fall asleep naturally because you have a tolerance for the thing. In my experience, like the only way to really get me off of melatonin was to find a placebo alternative, which in my case is tea. But I know that tea can be like calming and have calming effects that can help you fall asleep, but like I need a placebo alternative. But yeah, no, Artisan Builds had like it was quite a few employees. I don't know the exact number, but Kravakist seems to be pretty accurate with that. But yeah, it's gone, dead, kaput, done. Peace out. The reason I didn't go with them, whoops, there's a cat at my foot. The reason I didn't go with Artisan Builds at any point when they offered it was because they're just like, we'll pay you per sale, which is not a thing that I will ever agree to advertise. You have to either pay me monthly or give me some sort of incentive up front, like send me hardware or something for me to advertise at just a pay-per sale level, which means I will never get that because I'm not famous enough or have enough traffic to be valuable enough to a third party to attract that kind of a sponsorship. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's funny because a lot of people will say cannabis isn't addictive, but you can get a dependency for cannabis. Melatonin isn't addictive, but you can absolutely develop a tendency, whereas caffeine is addictive and you can develop a dependency because you'll have withdrawal symptoms from caffeine. But also, people can become addicted to some really weird shit, so. Is you can't stop thinking? I know that this sounds cheesy as shit because I always felt that way when people said this shit to me, but learn to meditate. And then try to meditate when you're trying. Like, I can't meditate. I can't just sit there and meditate. I'm really fucking bad at it. But when I'm trying to sleep, I can do the breathing exercises that you do for meditation, and that knocks me out. But no, I can completely relate to that, Kravicus. I do the same thing. And it doesn't change a thing? Oh my god. You must actually be a robot, Ronald. You must actually be a robot because, like, if I, like, on my weekend, this past week, I had one day, half day without coffee, and by 2 p.m. I had, like, this cracking migraine. I'm like, why do I have, oh, I didn't have coffee today. I had a cup of coffee and it went away in an hour. Like, it's bad. I need, like, at least 2 cups of coffee to function because I will just get a migraine I will develop a migraine after a while. Damn. That's a lot of pizza. Or pizza and other things. Enjoy your foods. All right, let's lock that. I'm going to lock this first so that I don't accidentally kill any dwarves. So, like, 4 months of smoking, and then when I was done, I would just quit no problem. You smoked them with entirety. Yeah, see, like, there's a lot of things in my life that I know that I just can't have because I know that I will not be able to live without it after I've had it. Like, it's just kind of a fact. Stopped here 2 cups a day of cold turkey once, and it was actually worse than... Really? Oh, wow. That's kind of intense. I will be back in a sec. I gotta go use the restroom. Been streaming for 4 hours and I've had 2 cups of coffee, so back in a sec. Also, kitty cat update. I don't know how well the camera will pick this up, but hold up. Not at all. Well, you can kind of see his rear. That's the under-the-desk cable mess that I don't like to talk about, but... Kitty. I mean, if stopping drinking caffeine caused diarrhea, I would want to consult a doctor. All praise the black blob, yep. He's the voidling. All right. Finally, I'm through all of the work for the dwarves for a minute. Been a rough year. Losing a whole bunch of dwarves kind of out of fucking nowhere. Cat. Yes, that happens. Like I was saying earlier, if you want like good pictures of him, just look at the Discord, because if you go to pet pictures and scroll up, not even very far, you'll find some pictures of him. And also, I think an off topic. Where did they post those? It wasn't in general. I don't even know. Posted on Discord somewhere. Oh, maybe it was posted in the... Yeah, it was posted in the Halcyon Discord. That's where it was. The other pictures I posted of him. Where did who post what? Oh, there's some pictures of my cat in Discord. I'm just trying to remember what room he put them in. Oh, there it is. That just wasn't loading for some reason. Yeah, this picture. That's him! Kitty! Post memes now has Benadryl, just what we all needed. You lived it. You've done pretty much all the not just addictive things, and I mean, it's just like my neighbor who's just like, I tried heroin once and it wasn't for me. It's like, isn't that supposed to be like you try it once and you're fucked kind of deal? Yeah, they're still in. Let's see if I cancel these jobs, are they going to keep encrusting furniture? Till next time, Ronald. Till we see you again. We'll probably be playing some Shattered Pixel Dungeon later. Which got its PC port today. Really curious to see how well that does, actually. Currently it has 19 reviews, 100% positive, so I'm actually going to see how many people are playing that right now. Currently error. Seems like 100 people have tried the demo. Let's try SteamDB. Sometimes it's more accurate. $120 people in game right now. All right, not bad. Not bad at all. Looking forward to trying that. Pickled RAM? What? Is this like downloading more RAM except pickle more RAM? Yeah, okay, so I canceled all of the encrust jobs, and they seem to be disappearing in places, but I mean, dwarves are still doing the jobs. I'll see if they cancel them after they finish doing them. I'm curious. Can you grab a bag? That's fine. Crust it with a shard. Yeah, I think I may have run into a bug. Tygo's encrusting, still encrusting, still encrusting, still encrusting, still encrusting. Right? I mean, yeah, so they are can't. Let's queue up another one. Encrust. Say finished goods with. Let's queue up another 100. See if those disappear. I'm so perplexed by this. This is so strange to me. This is actually kind of bizarre. Yeah, a very large one. It's got wings. And it undulates rhythmically. Crap. It's made of glass. Dwarf Fortress, modern game. Ha! As if Dwarf Fortress is a modern game. Come on. Come on. I know what you mean. A lot of games release in very janky states. Also, for anybody who's curious, those are the people that randomly DM'd me. If anybody's curious. You want to see what kind of heaven or nightmare Canada is. It's also pretty dwarfy. I will say that. Like true Chads? Who is? The dwarves? The Twitter link. That's not my personal definition of Chad in any way. Isn't Chad like a muscle bro or something? People have like varying definition on Chad, and I always look at him like, what? What are you? Is it? It's your attempt at how is it absurdist though? I think it's actually just Zoomer speak that just goes whoosh over my head. Every now and again, people just speak in like modern kid talk, and I'm just like, I'm sorry, what? I'm an old man apparently when it comes to that. At least I'm like self-aware of that though. Electrum. Brass. Get a little bit more of my beautification done. Also something I wanted to try. Take a look at. Kick Roast. Memory of Kick Roast. Struck down by the dwarf Queveneer. Wow, Queveneer killed Kick Roast? Loving Mother. At one with Cat's Eye. Huh. And obviously, Queveneer died in the fighting. Yeah. No, he's not actually. Oh. So Queveneer, I'm just learning, actually killed 3 dwarves during that fight. 3 of the 5 died to Queveneer. Well, it's not the mystery. It's the family tragedy more than anything. And like the way families and friends, like It must have just been jealousy because was one of Kick Roasta's lovers. But like it's more just like family tragedy. Because one of her children attacked her. It was one of her children that attacked her. And then it seems like one of the lovers killed the child, and then that child's family, who was separate from the lover, then started attacking people. Because she was living a very happy and healthy open relationship with her partner, with many other dwarves in the fort. Which is kind of annoying, actually, because it was stopping my other dwarves from getting married, but dwarves do go hard, yeah. And then something threatened his girl, and like, damn it, I mean, a very understandable reason to start a fight. I don't know about, like, removing their ability to breathe, but, I mean, I'm not gonna say I totally relate with the murder in this instance, but I also, like, I can kind of see it. It makes sense from a dwarfy perspective. Kind of have to think about it like that. Kind of makes sense from a dwarfy perspective. Although this isn't sleeping pills, Krabicus. But you know what can maybe help you fall asleep? Is my podcast. I know that sounds really like sellouty and bullshit, but hear me out for a second here. Something I've actually found over the past few years is if I can't sleep, if I put a podcast on, I put it at really low volume so that it's barely audible, and then set it to automatically shut off after 10 minutes, that actually does help me fall asleep. Because I focus on something that's not my brain, and then as it fades out, I doze off, usually. I do actually find that to be quite helpful. It's funny, because like when I was younger, I never found that to be helpful, but... Chat in your language has two meanings. First, someone who is wanting to do something with either required wit or blatant disregard of consequences. The second is ironic by suggesting someone who did something clearly bad is a Chad. Huh. So here it's like a Chad is like Dwayne The Rock Johnson, but an asshole. That's a Chad. So like a really, really buff dude who's also kind of a dick. That would be a Chad. So someone goes, what a fucking Chad. It's that kind of thing. So that's what I think of when people say Chad. Is like I associate that with like someone who spends an unhealthy amount of time in the gym. But also like slang like that changes from region to region and place to place. So like that's I think. Yeah, so encrusts don't actually drop down. There is no conditions on the order. It is a one-time order. But they just I mean, a Chad is like the polar, like the masculine version of a Karen to a degree. So yeah, it seems like encrust furniture orders don't drop down. That's interesting. I've never heard anybody say either of those phrases until 2 seconds ago when you typed them into my chat, so I have absolutely no fucking idea, Ibigoke. Gonna be completely honest, no idea. Also, I don't know if you got any feedback or comments from it, but the little clip of me playing your game got like 500 views on YouTube, so that's kind of neat. You also are probably more well-versed in memes than me, Krabicus, so. Yeah, it seems like it. Someone just try setting up a normal encrusting job in your manager and see if they drop down. Because, like, the total number of jobs, like, as they get finished, the number should go down. But it's not. It's just staying full. Like, at least 10 of them have been done in the time that I've been talking. Because there's 2 dwarves doing active encrusting, sometimes 3. They are, however, someone who wants to reduce the order and deny the possibility that someone else is better than them. That's gross. My favorite use of the word Chad is referring to Twitch chat as Chad, which was kind of a Twitch meme that popped up in like 2018-ish, 2019-ish. Cat, I can hear you urinating. Put your butt on the sand when you pee, please. At least I think he's burying it. Anyway, no, he didn't. Fuck you, Cat. Anyway, I do miss that meme. That was a pretty good era of Twitch chat because it was funny. Just referring to chat as the mind collective known as Chad, which was entertaining. Nope. I'm just well, it was initially I was just encrusting furniture, which was just a generic all furniture, and now I've swapped it over to finished goods to see if that would do the same thing. And yeah, they're not actually like completing the task. And before you ask, yeah, I have a manager, and yeah, I have a bookkeeper, and yeah, I have stuff assigned to all of them. So that's not it. Please don't get my server banned. Thanks, man. It's my only request. My Discord server is one of my prized possessions. So much so that people try and ask me to give it to them for free a couple times a week. Thank you, Krabicus. I appreciate it. I found an article I need to read later, if anybody wants a link. Looks interesting. I'm also going to plop it into game news because I think it's neat. Okay, Cat, I don't understand how your brain works. He goes into the litter box, squats, pees, and I can hear him peeing, leaves the litter box, walks across the apartment, and then goes back in to bury his pee. Like... Yeah, I get it. You're proud of yourself. I'm proud of you too. Here, have a head scratch, man. I don't understand this cat sometimes. Since you're into history, it's funny when you can joke about pretty obscure genocide, or I don't think that joking about genocide in any stance is funny, regardless of it being obscure or not. But fair enough. I live in a universe where it doesn't matter how long ago it was, it's not funny. Yeah, everything else is still working properly, but for some reason, encrusting stuff in work orders never completes the task. I really want you to test this, see if it happens for you too, Tekka. Just like a plain ass fucking encrust job. Just encrust whatever. Like the bare minimum, laziest way of doing it. Like that shouldn't happen. It just shouldn't. You're on it? Tutorial Fortress has encrusting setup, you think? I'm just completely boggled by that. Also, we found rotten cougar meat. That's, funny. Yeah, but I don't find that funny. Like, I don't care how into war you are. I'm never going to find that funny. Or how into war history you are. I will never find that funny. This is where our sense of humor differs, right? I will never, ever, ever be in a situation where I find that amusing, funny, or entertaining. Encrust finished goods with... I'm using sards because I have like 700 of them. But it's just encrust finished goods with. Yes, but you are the one who immediately stated, since I'm into history, it's funny when you can joke about pretty obscure genocides or wars. No. It's not. Don't. No, you have to assign a specific gem to them, as far as I know. And then like the only clarification, like that's literally the it's just that right there is the exact job title. Encrust finished goods with Sard, but you can use whatever gems you want. And I had 3 set up initially, and they didn't drop down either. I also had black pyropes and blue jades. Katie, just go back to sleep by my feet. You don't need to be on my lap. Generally the default, unless I'm not planning on staying there very long, and at that point, then I'll sometimes make them slightly larger. The main reason I usually just use a default size is because it's the one that's the least likely to get massive hitching. I don't find that the bigger maps generally have massive lag problems, at least not on my computer or install, but what I do notice is that they tend to have like stuttering almost, where like it'll be fine and then it'll like lock up for a few seconds and then it'll snap back to being fine again. And I don't really like that. I find that quite annoying. Also, they make saving and loading take a lot longer. And the default's fine, usually. But sometimes I'll make them 1 or 2 squares bigger. But usually just the default. You're looking at some. Oh, although occasionally I'll do like a really, 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 really long one, like as long as it can be, but like the default width, to like make a bridge across an ocean or something. We're looking at some worlds, and apparently the pejorative term from my childhood has become a positive. What term? Kind of curious now. Yeah, it's still staying at a top. Hunky? I mean, I wouldn't. If someone called me hunky, I would just be confused. I mean, dank definitely went from being a negative term in places where weed wasn't legal to being a positive term pretty quickly when weed got legal. Well, became decriminalized here. So there's that. But yeah, I mean, language changes, right? Was lurking, we was buying a bus pass. Did you see the bug that we've discovered, Stone? I'm not sure if you were here for this or not, but we've discovered that in-crust jobs never drop down. Like, the total number of left just stays at the default that you left it at and seem to just go on infinitely? I'm curious if TechId's having the same situation. Because if you hit the same thing, if you're on the most current version of the game, you should file the bug report, not me, because I'm one version behind. That's a mild issue? Yeah, you could say that. I mean, it makes sense. Not a lot of people do, like, encrusting of gems, but... I'm just gonna run up here. That is not the button I wanted to hit. That's the button I wanted to hit. Just harvesting some wild mushrooms and things. You never bother encrusting gems, you're just gonna cut the crusts off again anyway. I was reading about cooking bread with electric shocks to make bread without crust. Like literally electrocuting bread. Oh, really? Huh. All right, so it's just one of those like ongoing bugs then. Huh. Well, thanks for looking that up. Big Oak. Good to know. Interesting. Panko, yeah. Well, I was initially reading about it because I was reading about breadcrumbs because I was looking into making Korean chicken. Because it was my day off and I was like looking into it. A bug since 2016. Interesting that I've only just ran into it. I'm just going to continue to say everything that I've said to you previously about this subject, Krapicus. It's not funny, won't ever be funny, and has never been funny. If you make fun of it in my chat or in the memes room in my Discord, they will be removed and you will be timed out. All right? You can talk about genocide if we want to talk about history, but if you do it in a term that you see as funny, I will call you a tasteless swine and time you out. right? There is never going to be a situation where mass murder is funny. All right? Counts are not changing? Yeah, I'm just going to repost what IBGOG posted, which is this. It's a bug since 2016. No, I'm not saying that you are, Krabicus, but you started this whole discussion. You brought it up. And I'm just making my stance clear. Did I see the origin? World War II. Japanese soldiers in tanks trying to make bread with flour, water, and electricity. Thanks, Wikipedia. I mean, we had a mini civil war in this fort earlier today, Jax V. But from what I can tell, it was a dwarf's child tantruming and killing mom, or attacking mom, then her killing the child, followed by the father of that child killing the mother, and then everybody else just attacking everybody, which is fun. Because that dwarf had like 11 lovers or something. But she's dead now, and we were able to solve it before it ended the fort. We lost 5 dwarves that day. But I also don't like talking about genocide and don't really want to discuss genocide. So if we could just like completely shift the subject to Panko, that sounds a lot more entertaining to me. I mean, see, here's the thing, right? If you know history that other people don't know, you should educate people instead of doing what you did, which is say that you can make fun of it without people realizing, because that's not funny, right? But what you can do is educate people, which is useful to society. So instead of being an ass, be useful. That shouldn't be a complicated subject. And I'm just going to do this so that you understand the point, right? I'm not going to ban you, Krabicus, but grow a brain. You clearly have one because you survived 2 exams. Understand when enough is enough. This I do agree with. Panko is the best type of breadcrumbs for everything. But also you can buy uncrumbed panko. There's a Korean bakery in Abbotsford, which is kind of far away from me because it's in the other direction from downtown, and transit's doesn't go out there very frequently. But they sell uncrumbed panko. Are the bus passes in Vancouver? Quite cheap. It's like $90 a month for a one-zone pass, but I don't generally buy bus passes. I just buy... I have a card that I load up with individual tickets, and I pay by the stop. So it's like 4 cents a stop or something. Adds up pretty quick on the buses, and then it's more of a flat rate on the trains. It's like a $2.95 per hour and a half of transit time if you don't leave a zone. Otherwise, it goes up to $8. Vancouver bus pass system is complicated. It used to be real fucking simple. Now it's really goddamn complicated. They're doing a clothes making demonstration. Who's putting on the clothes making demonstration? We've also got a bone carving demonstration being put on by Tygo. Nobody is leading the clothes. Oh, no. There we go. Well, Katsu's leading the clothes making conversation. Yeah. Yeah, it's a new system that pissed literally everybody off when they made it into a thing. Stone. Like, everybody in the greater Vancouver area got super fucking mad when they were like, hey, you pay by stop now. And everybody's like, no! Remember when you paid money for getting on a bus? Yep. When I first started taking public transit here, it was $1 for a bus pass. But now it's... quite a bit more. We'll put it that way. Quite a bit more. You know, I still think that the funniest random ass event ever was when we were watching a dwarf fight with a great horned owl all the way up here. And then or rather right here, and then it fell straight down and into my well. That might actually be one of my favorite random events to happen in this fort, is that owl that fell all the way down and into my well. Might actually be one of my favorite, like, nonsensical, silly events to happen in this fortress. Like, what are the, never tell me the odds kind of moment, you know? What, for the pay by pass? The way our bus passes work is you can either pay with a credit card. If you have a NFC credit card, you can just tap it when you walk in on the NFC card reader, and it'll just charge your credit card. But it's slightly more expensive to do it that way. It's slightly cheaper if you, or you could also use a phone with Google Pay or Apple Pay and do the same thing with NFC. But aside from that, they sell these cards, which you can either buy online or in a machine, or if you're disabled, which I've been applying to get one for a while, but they keep declining me. If you're disabled, it's $50 a year, and you can just use all the transit you want, basically. Otherwise, you have to pay monthly for it or pay for the individual passes. I would really like that. But you buy these cards, which are $6 for the card, and you can just refill it. It's been pending for the last 8 months. They haven't declined me officially yet, but it's been pending for the last while. But you can reload these cards, and they're called a compass card. It just kind of looks like a credit card. Or you can just go pay for individual passes. Or you can pay in cash, and they'll just give you a bus pass on a bus. But you can't buy the cards on a bus. You have to go to either like a pharmacy or a grocery store, and they'll sell you the card with money on it. And then you can reload it online if you want to, but you don't need to. You can reload it in one of the stores or at the major bus stops or the train hubs. It's pretty simple, really. I don't mind it. It's actually, it's not as complicated. When you explain the way our transit system pay package works, it sounds a lot worse than it actually is. It's actually pretty logical and not that overcomplicated. Yeah, I have no idea, but it's not a huge priority for me. I don't take the trains or buses super frequently. But if I did have like unlimited transit and for $50 a year, you bet your ass I'd take the trains a lot more. Absolutely. If I didn't have to pay like $10 to go downtown, you bet your ass I'd be bussing around all the place, assuming there wasn't a pandemic happening. And assuming that stuff calms down at some point. For 8 months, you feel like you've never had any job that you've ever had would get you fired? I'm not in a hurry. It's fine. I mean, you should go work for a record label. I mean, I got an email this morning stating that they were preparing to ship my Danny Baranowski Super Meat Boy soundtrack on vinyl. The humans have arrived to trade. For reference, I paid for that in March 2021. So I paid for it in March 2021. They just shipped it. Its original estimated delivery was April 2021. So, yeah, those are about $10. All right, I think it's like $10.50 for a day pass, which is just go wherever you want for a day. With the good news of the Super Meat Boy soundtrack, I bid you good night. Go get some sleep, dude. No, it wasn't like you trying to explain your point that was the problem, Krabicus. The problem was the way you started the whole discussion. I wonder what that is in E. I'd have to look it up. I'd guess about $6. £6? Maybe 550? About the same price as yours, probably. Not too far off. Ilda says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There's much to discuss. 633. I was close. I was pretty close. I'll take that. Gold, bronze, brass, electrum. I haven't even been paid in British pounds in a very long time. You forgot to eat lunch. Oh no, that's not good. All right, we're gonna have a lot of clothing to sell because I kind of had 5 dwarves die since we last sold clothing. Currently seems CAD is about 6. Oh, so $1 Canadian is about 60 British pence. That seems about right. Yeah, that seems about right. It's just like 1 bit is 1 American penny, and it only costs you $2 and 1 American penny. $2 and 1 American penny to get the #1 spot on the leaderboard, which can be purchased in sets of 5. So if anybody wants to take #1 on the bits leaderboard, it only costs like $5-ish. Just saying. Yes. Frogfire. Don't get too confused. I mean, to be fair, I would have written it like this. Although that apparently breaks Twitch. Apparently that's a Twitch command. I would have written this. That would make more sense to me. 76 at the moment? Well, hopefully you're not a Fallout. I would have put a dot there, yeah. It makes more sense to my brain. Otherwise, it doesn't look like a money number. Because, like, if you're writing like a $sign, you do dollar 0. Let's say 49, like that. You'd write that. You wouldn't just say 49, because if you're just saying 49, that's 49, not 49. So that's 49, and we don't have a separate symbol for pence, right? And I don't know how common people use P. It's $1.30 now? Yeah, they left the EU. Made values changes. When pennies were worth a bit? Yeah, pennies are never worth anything here. But yeah, basically it's like if you're writing like less than $1 here, you put a 0 and then a dot and then the number. Older pennies are worth a lot. Sure. So's the copper pipes and walls. What's your point? Only if they catch you. Frog. It's also illegal to pirate a movie. They have to catch you first. Which is why if you're planning on being a criminal, get really good at sprinting. Because it's an important skill, frankly. Oh boy. Internet of shit tweet. This is a tweet that just says, an investor told me yesterday that they were recently asked what the Web3 strategy of their portfolio of companies was. It was a smart oven startup. And then the Internet of shit retweets it and says, smart ovens on the blockchain are going to rule. It'll take 10 hours to verify you're allowed to start it up. Imagine having a start oven. A start oven? A smart oven. I'm still living in a universe where I'm not comfortable letting my stove talk to the internet, so I'm actually really happy I have a slightly older appliance set. Yes, but have you seen a smart oven on the blockchain? Frog fryer. I mean, certainly we've had like everybody's seen the smart toilet that will heat up the toilet seat for you that you can hit a button on an app to do it, but kept crashing because the number of Wi-Fi access points in the local environment, and they had to have a union electrician come to unplug it to reset it. Really? Yeah, I mean they've had like smart fridges and shit for years, but like this year was the first time that I started seeing Web3 integrated smart appliance. You know? I mean, I don't want to be an electrician, union or otherwise, but you know, I suppose if you were a electrician, you would want to be in a union naturally, for the easy gig of unplugging and replugging the smart oven when it crashes. This seems wise, yes. Are all useless by another. I don't have a single smart. Well, actually, that's not totally true. Technically, my light strips are smart, but I disabled it because there's a switch at the back. It's like smart on off, and I turned it off. So, which basically just means, do you want to use a remote to turn it on, or push a button, or do you want to use your phone to turn it on? I want to just push a button. It's fine. Yeah, 3 pence is such a strange thing. Imagine having a coin worth 3 of something. I mean, even like the Canadian $2 coins are a little strange to me. Anything that like makes it kind of harder to get an even number just perplexes me. It's the best one to say, oh man, really? But I wouldn't say it's the best. I would say pants are the best. Pants. That's a bet. I'm sorry. Although the worst pants is the one who's named Michael. He seems kind of like a tool, not gonna lie. Invite my trader over. Taylor is coming to trade at Depot. Folks, string electric power strips running across the floor one to another. Apparently. Did I ever tell you about the time that I got electrocuted at my old job? I was mopping the floor. I was mopping behind one of the counters, and I felt the mop get stuck on something. I was like, what the fuck? And so, like, I did what I normally do, which is I looked behind and I couldn't see anything. I bent down and looked underneath it, still couldn't see anything. So I reached up and I grabbed the mop, and I just remember seeing a bright light, and then I was on the other side of the room. The mop apparently, so apparently behind this counter, there was an outlet that people would plug things into and then just pull the cords out from a distance. So instead of like reaching up and grabbing it and unplugging it, they would just rip the cord out from like 1 to 2 meters away. And what this had done was it had loosened the screws on the power outlet on the top and bottom. So it had slid out about that far. And my mop got wrapped around the back of the power outlet. We had to like power down a good chunk of the restaurant to unplug it safely. Or to get the mop untied safely. And they gave me a Walmart gift card as an apology. I mean, I was fine, but I finished my shift that day too. It was a weird day. Probably could have died. This is why the Walmart deli is the most deadly thing in the Walmart store. I decline to agree with this, and I would say that the other people in Walmart are the most deadly thing in Walmart stores. As you can die later from it. Well, I didn't, so not yet anyway. I've seen 5p coins. Used to get them once in a blue moon when I worked retail. Thank goodness. I mean, this stream wouldn't be happening if I did, so. Damn straight, thank goodness. Are bigger than me. I very much doubt that. Stone. They might be bigger than Canadian coins, but they're definitely not bigger than me. Yes, but you said bigger than you. Who is you in this instance? Okay. Is it like a material difference at that point? Like, where's the value come and go there? OSHA tracks all these workplace accidents for employees of Walmart. The deli is the most deadly. More deli than tire and lube? What is the most deadly mundane place to work in America, then? If you're looking at the OSHA website right now. A silvery nickel-plated steel these days? Gotcha. Fake. Fake coins! Gotta love them. Do they screen employees for experience with sharp things? I think, no, the problem is like electrocutions, I think is what Frog for Hire was saying. You know, hold on. World's most Dangerous, boring places to work. This is a dumb Google search. It's not giving me the most dangerous, boring jobs, just the most boring jobs. Thanks, Google, you suck. Roofers? That's not a boring job. I wouldn't consider that a mundane job, but yeah, I believe that. That are like high-rise window washers. Discord is spamming me with their merch. Thanks, Discord. I'm looking at this link. I love the fact that the most dangerous place in Walmart is the deli. Because, you know, I would actually assume that the most dangerous place in Walmart would be warehousing. Not really much to do with Walmart, but have any of you guys seen the movie Midnight Meat Train? I don't know why, but this is making me think of Midnight Meat Train. Terrible movie, don't watch it. But I'm also kind of curious if anybody here has seen it. All right. So the king's only lover was Kick Roast, who's, you know, dead, obviously. So I'm now wondering if the king can get a new lover. That'd be cool. I want the king to have a baby, real bad, so that we can actually have the prince or princess in the fort. What is a Walmart deli? It's a deli in a Walmart. A deli is a place that sells meats. It's a part of a store that sells food, where you can buy sliced meats or sandwiches or prepared meats. It's kind of like the very, very, very ending step of a butcher. So if like a butcher is a place where you go to get meats prepared, or large chunks of meat, this would be a place to have even more, or to get even more prepared meats. So instead of like, you go in and buy like a leg of a cow, you go in and you buy cooked, ready to put on a sandwich beef that's been pre-sliced for you and put in a nice little baggie. Yeah, that's a deli. And some like my local deli has like potato salad bowls that you can buy, or like they'll sell you a quiche. They'll have like all of like your cut meats, cheeses, sausages. They have like big sausage links that they'll sell you, pepperoni sticks. A lot of it made in house too, which is why they're a nicer place to get your lunch meats. A very common thing around here is like a Dutch style bakery and deli. So it's like they'll sell you fresh bread and then also meats to put on the bread, basically. It's midsummer. We're basically back to where we started. I think we'll go until fall, and then we'll take a look at Shattered Pixel Dungeon, which will be kind of a new thing for me because I don't play games on phones. So I'm kind of debating on whether or not I should just pop the wiki open. To anybody here who's played Shattered Pixel Dungeon, is that a wiki game or nah? Yeah, pretty much. And then I don't think we'll play Longdeath tomorrow. We'll just do Crimson Pulley tomorrow. I think tomorrow we'll do Crimson Pulley, and I don't know what we'll do in the evening. It's so weird that the decorate and encrust jobs just work indefinitely. I wonder if that's a bug that's going to be fixed for the premium release. Really? Is Montreal's deli and bagels that good? It's like, if it's worth 12 hours of driving, that must be a really good deli's. Why was the manager upset when he saw bars in the stockpile? He'd ordered 1 billion bar and got 1 billion bars. Yep. I get it. Haha. Funny joke. But it's like $20 for a sandwich on the and side. Ooh, fuck that. There's a really, 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 really good Dutch bakery downtown. That's a Dutch bakery in Delhi, which is ridiculously good. Good food is just food there, not some premium rich people stuff. Depends on what part of town you go here. I mean, if you go downtown here, if you go to rich part of downtown, yeah, you're gonna be spending fucking $30 for a sandwich. If you go to one of the poorer parts of town where the rent's lower, food's cheap. Like if I up the street from here, there is some really, 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 really good like sandwich places, and there's a donut shop and a privately owned coffee place. There's there's a Italian coffee shop and donuts thing which I walk to sometimes. Best espresso you can get like in the area, and it's way cheaper than Starbucks too. It's like $2 for a shot of espresso, but it's like kind of far for walking. It's like a 45-minute walk, which means I'll never do it in the rain. So it's like half of the year I'll never do it. But in the summer, I definitely walk all the way up there just to get a cup of coffee and a bagel. Everything's made in house. It's great. They even roast their own coffee, as far as I know. As somebody who knows a full-time pilot, who I see sometimes at PAX and TwitchCons and other things, he also streams on Twitch sometimes. Flying a plane is very much a mundane job after you've done it for a while. The way he talks about flying, he's like, oh my god, I wish I could take my Switch on a plane because it's so fucking boring flying. All right. I feel like Pilot Guy might get sad if you heard me say that. That the one full-time pilot I know is just bored shitless half the time. Fishing? Yeah, fishing makes sense. You know, Blizzard Entertainment should just be at the top of that list. I'm just skimming this most dangerous jobs in America. Someone needs to edit it and just add Blizzard Entertainment. Activision right below that. But I guess like they don't consider like mental and physical, or they don't consider mental stress to be dangerous. Mostly physical stress. Let's continue breaking through all this. Let's see what I can put up there. Do I have? Man, you went deep on this subject, dude. Looking forward to the full report once all of this research is done. Too many different kinds of materials here. Facts. You're going to go do the lunch thing? Go do the lunch thing. Need too much yellow is the problem here. Rolling up. Bunch of brass. Perfect. Do a few more brass down here. One gold bar. Pretty sure I have more brass. Villain. Oh wait, hell, I don't have more brass. Come on. Game. Guess I don't have more glass. Grass. Get brass, not fa. I'm looking, you know, that last link that I'm not gonna show this because there's a person in it. But if you look in off topic on Discord chat, the last link, I used to have to do shit like that at my old job. But yeah, that's my take on that. I used to climb into compacting dumpsters all the time to flatten shit. Like, all the time. It was like a Monday for me. It's weird the kinds of things that you end up doing at a job when it's just like, well, it needs to be done. Someone's got to do it, and we're too stupid to fix it any other way, so time to unfuck other people's problems by putting my life at risk. It's kind of like the status quo for my old job, really. All right. I think I'm going to go do lunch now, chat. Because we're a little lurky, and some of you guys have gone to go do lunch. When I come back from lunch, we're going to go take a look at Shattered Pixel Dungeon. If you guys could keep the chat moving, that'd be fantastic. And if I could get a round of beers, that'd be awesome. Back in a minute or so. I just need to go consume a sandwich and maybe give this hitters some more meats if he wants it. Alrighty? If you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the chat. And if you want to support the shenanigans that I do directly, there's a link to the Patreon. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Yes, there still is indeed a surplus of strawberry, and strawberry wine is the most common format of wine. In fact, right before hiccup, right before I left, I was following a dwarf for a bit that was serving strawberry wine. There is more strawberry wine in Longdeath than Plum Helmet wine. Okay, we're into late summer. We'll go until fall. Everybody's just doing demonstrations, and the dwarves are all getting breaks because, frankly, they need it, especially after that traumatizing event. To the strawberries, there's worse things you could have doomed us to, frankly. I'll take strawberries over many numbers of other things. You're staring at knockoff Photoshop? GIMP? Which knockoff Photoshop? I'm gonna ask my mom if she can drop off this cat's brush before she heads out to the island. GIMP, gotcha. Didn't GIMP run into a problem where people wanted them to change their name at a point? Making stream rewards, gotcha. Did that ever happen, Taylor? To be fair, it's a pretty funny name, but I get it. Oopsies. Don't hold down a button while it's petting a cat. No one wants to tackle making a new open source options, though, so there it is. Surprised there isn't like a renamed fork of it or something. Yeah, they did. The name changed, but everyone's still calling it GIMP. Oh, the reason I still call it GIMP is because I haven't used GIMP in a long time. A very long time. I just use paint.io. So I don't do a lot of photoshopping stuff though, so. Although as far as open source stuff goes, I'm still waiting for the day that I can stop using Premiere and instead just use Olive. Olive Editor is really neat for what it is. And is covered in like a ball of cat hair. For other signs of visuals like Krita. Yeah, I'm familiar with Krita. My mom's gonna leave it out for me when I go by on my day off. be home. Oh, I'm just like, he doesn't like getting brushed very much. I'm like, that's fine. I don't care, but he needs it. And I'd rather he doesn't create a cloud when he jumps. How are you doing, Pink? How's things? How am I feeling? Pretty good. New schedule's been all right so far. But yeah, new schedule's been pretty good so far. Schedule's been pretty good. We'll see how it works out financially. So far, it's been not great, but we'll see. Fingers crossed. It's going to take a couple of months to really know how it's doing in that regard, at which point I'll either have to increase my days again or figure it out. But we'll find out. Hopefully okay. So far, it's been not great, but fingers crossed. Cat, you want to shut up? I'm not going to put you on my lap again. I like you. You're a nice dude, but you can stay down there. You can have head pats and head scratches, but you're not getting 24/7 laps. How are you, Pink? What have you been up to? Aside from insert 50,000 things about plants here. My rooting attempts are being rooted. I don't want cat hair in my keyboard. I don't care. I'm not a cat person, dude. I have the cat and I don't mind him. And I will tolerate him to a degree, but, like, this is a tolerance relationship, not really a love relationship. You know? He needs a brush real bad. And right now, the issue is whenever he comes up onto my lap, when he gets down, there's just cat hair all over my keyboard. And quite frankly, he can stay on the ground. And now he's biting me. I was petting him and he bit me. Oh. Biting me is not how you get more pets, dude. Fed you, I've changed your poop bowl. Changed your water. Yeah, I'm gonna give him more food. Maybe that's what he wants. I don't really know quite what his food portioning is. All right. But yes, I am Cruel Axon. Is your cactus making a new leaf? Cactuses don't have leaves. Come on. Gaming? What? Can I just state that the whole hello gamers thing is really starting to bother me and I wish people would stop saying that to me? Hello gamer, fuck off is my knee-jerk response to that. That's like the immediate response I have. It's like this visceral negative response when people call me a gamer. You just said gaming, so it makes me think of that shit. What's up, though? All right. We are early autumn. You're making a Cogmind fan album? Someone has to. The game doesn't have enough music. Does that game have workshop support? I think it does, doesn't it? I was gonna say, cactuses don't have leaves. They have spikes and evil. Sometimes ugly excuses for flowers because cactuses are horrible monsters. The number of times I've been impaled on a cactus. But if Cogmind has Steam Workshop, if there's any kind of mod support, you should make a mod that just loads it in your soundtrack in as a soundtrack. Although on the topic of traditional roguelikes, we're going to be playing Shattered Pixel Dungeon in a couple minutes here. Just finishing up. First group of soaring. Stone, are you present? Yes, no, yes, no. I think you are. It's a very easy one. They're making up for the bigger one last time. Or, with that. Speaking of, if anybody's feeling generous, Jimmy Tibby needs a sub. Yes, Twibutes. Tributies. 25 corporate bolts. Yeah, that's definitely not called a leaf. I don't know what it's called, but it's not a leaf. I'd called it a bulbous growth because cactuses are gross. Every single time I've ever been in a desert in my entire life, I've stepped on a cactus or like gotten cactuses' spines in my legs somehow. I do not like cactuses. Me and cactuses, we don't get along. I like leaves, but cactuses and me don't get along. This is kind of a plant thing, Pink. I got a shipment of seeds that are currently sprouting, or I'm trying to sprout in water, for a pink plum kush. I'm growing weed. We'll see how that goes. So I'm going to try and grow 3 plants. I have 5 seeds. Saving 2. Damn it, cat. You broke skin with that bite. Rude. New pad? My cactus has a new pad. Sounds like you're like renting a house for your cat for your cactus. It's like, yeah, I got my cactus my cactus got a new pad. It's like, why does your cactus need a whole apartment? What? Yeah, they get pretty big, Dragomans. They get pretty big. To order placement? Or order what? I think this bot is like worse than the old one when it comes to not paying out. Your cactus has periods. That's another term for pad. Didn't even think of that one. Can I make a manager order for 70,000 cheese? Asking for a friend. If I have the points, you madman. Just word of advice. Tekid. Make sure, like, look at the numbers and go, people won't earn that many tickets, and then triple it. Because, Stone, tell me how many tickets you have in my channel. People will always have more than you expect. Well, not tickets. Channel points, not tickets. Channel points, different thing. Channel points, not tickets. I confused the two. I might have said tickets. I don't know. Exactly. But just like round up. Like think whatever amount you're planning on giving or charging for channel points redemptions and then double it. That's my advice. 23,000 points. Yep. You figured 10K for an unlimited order? I would say 50K for an unlimited order because that'll last for a while, right? That's what I would say for that, 50,000. Because that's a pretty major change for the rest of the fort. It's like you start a brand new fort and then someone's immediately just like, infinite order for an infinite order for I don't know, spiky wooden balls right at the start of your fort. Anyway, Longdeath, friends, how we feeling? We could either power through until spring or change now. What do you guys think? We've been kind of lurky all day. Like, just to give you an example, on a normal day, we get like 5 to 15 resubs in a day. We've had 1 today. So today's been kind of quiet. What do we want to do? Do we want to stick with Longdeath for another 40 minutes to an hour? Or do we want to just jump over to Shattered Pixel Dungeon? What do you guys think, chat? It's up to you guys. Also, if anybody's got a Prime sub lying around. You're behind on freelance? I mean, it is what it is. My channel's become a lurker haven and a slow decline down into irrelevancy. Thanks for, what's one of quintupling? That 5? Because quadrupling is 4, so quintupling is 5. Thanks for quintupling my daily revenue. by gifting out a 5-pack. Cheers, dude. Plan updates will remain. I got really baked the other day, and I put a bunch of avocado pits in water. So I have a bunch of sprouting avocados now. You nap after eating every day. If you're going into a food coma, you do know that that's your body telling you you ate too much, right? Like, that's an unhealthy thing. Like, that's a bad thing. You shouldn't go into food comas frequently. But take care of yourself, Bastet. It feels like it's pretty frequent, but take care of yourself. Hope Jeff's having a good birthday. But seriously, thanks, Wogarden. Dwarves have arrived to trade. Yeah, I think we'll power through till spring. I think we can do that. We've fall and winter. Because, you know, we're 6 hours in the stream, which means we're, like, got like another 7 hours of stream left. We got plenty of time. Plus, it's been kind of a while since we put any time into Longdeath, and we need to get to that 400-year mark. It's taken probably about as long to get from year 300 to year 400 as it took us to get from year 150 to 300, so we've definitely slowed down quite a bit. Just put it in a bucket of, just put it in some water and throw it in a cupboard. It needs darkness. Neil Tongues Dumont, the liaison from the Mountain Home, says, let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. They've updated our maps. And, we want brass, rose gold, black bronze, bismuth bronze, and, they don't even have gold on here anymore? Oh, there's Electrum. It's definitely orange on my screen, orange. You're orange. It's red to you? Well, it's orange on my screen. Fuck mobile? I don't know. Fuck mobile seems like the edgy kids T-Mobile equivalent. A replacement truck has been found, and you have to get it towed 5 hours away to pick it up. Oh my god. So this is the new company that supposedly has more reliable vehicles, yeah? Uh-huh. Nil Tungstamot says, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Ooh, thing happened. Besmir Basement Bolted became the mayor of the Rampart of Soaking, replacing Cole Bronze Puzzle. Some mundane news. You gotta love it. Do you have readable colors turned off, Fragman? Might do it. You'll be back after you get home? Hell yeah. See you when you get back, Taylor. Thanks for hanging out and lurking all day. Really do have to say thank you for that. Goes a long way. Has one truck, it leased it with one previous owner. Huh. Is this like an owner's based company or? Ooh, Bloodcat. Orphan child has been possessed. Bloodcat went to bed, unfortunately. And you had your brightness down? That'd do it. Claims a craft store shop, grabs what I think is diorite. Diorite. No, it's obsidian. Ooh. One of my favorite things that I've read about recently was I was reading about the color blue, and this as in sky blue and the ocean blue, because in a lot of cultures the color blue wasn't known to exist until actually weirdly recently. Like they didn't know that that was a color because they'd never seen anything that were blue. Or we didn't have the ability to see blue, and we're not totally sure as to which. Either humans just hadn't encountered things that were blue, or we couldn't actually see it, and we saw it more as a green. Because there's lots of references in old writings of green sky and the ocean being a light green, which I think is kind of fascinating. You pick up large rolls of paper and pizza boxes. Well, large rolls of paper was one of the most valuable resources early in 2020, so it seems like a very high-value cargo you're carrying. I hope that you have the proper defensive systems to fend off any toilet paper raiders. I mean, large rolls of paper raiders. You know what I mean, Orange. Come on. I'm sure that they attack you with sticks and tennis rackets. You had shit flung at you? Wait, what? Why? That doesn't seem right. So they threw poop at you? Also, this is war related, so just a warning, but if anybody wants to see some extremely brave people, that link is incredible. Oh, you're going with the joke. Okay, I understand. For Japanese, there is no differentiation between green and blue. They were the same color for purposes of conversation until recently in the 80s, you believe. Midori was added to the lexicon for green. Interesting. I mean, you getting poop thrown at you is concerning. I will just say that. Unless you are a monkey. And, you know, I feel like I know you well enough to assume that you're not an actual chimpanzee. Even though you may act that way sometimes. Not seeing blue? I don't think so, because I don't think that, like... Because, like, the word blue started popping up in our language roughly 1,000 years ago. But before then, it never really existed. And then there's a lot of places that, like Wogarden was saying, where they never developed the word for it. It was just light green. So, I don't know. It might just be a language thing. But regardless, I do think it's kind of fascinating. But I don't think it's like a radiation thing or a pollution thing. Hey, Trench Dog. Long time no see. Hope you've been well. Just busy with work? Yeah, like a lot of people have been. Blue is just very progressive. I mean, blue is very conservative in Canada, so I don't know. Depends on where you are. This child is walking so slow with this log. Blue is the color of the Conservative Party in Canada. But the Conservative Party of Canada is more left than a lot of, like, left-leaning parties in other countries. Mm-hmm. And some places spell the word color correctly and others don't. It's good to see Trench Dog understands this. Thank you for spelling color with a U. Bless. Kolar. No, that's how koalas say color. You know, I actually saw like it was like a anniversary card or something, which was like a Canadian joke, but it was just like the best kind of color is the one that has U in it. Which is just like, aw, but also... Yes, koalas do use the word ee because they just kind of scream at things. Yeah, you know, honestly, I think koalas are like the internet's spirit animal, and they just don't realize it. Because koalas are like some of the most obnoxious crybabies on the planet. Like the number of videos on the internet of koalas just like sitting on the ground going ah, kind of crazy. They just like hang out and whine at things. You don't blame them? What, for being crybabies? They're also hilariously stupid. Koalas and cats, they have a lot in common. They just don't realize it. But yes, koalas do seem to be kind of stupid. They don't seem to be the brightest creatures. They're cute, but they're not very bright. But yeah, no, when I got my phone, I had to change it from American English to Canadian English pretty quickly because it kept on trying to correct me when I typed in color. Why is there the fucking just chatting tag filled with low-key softcore? Because people are horny and don't want to admit it. Actually, honestly, I don't know why. Genuinely, like, I have the belief that it's just like, if you want porn in your life or softcore porn, there should be like a website that devotes to that, but I don't know if this is, it's unfortunate reality is not the right word to use. The reality of live streaming is sex fucking sells. And even though I've had some people tell me that I'm photogenic and attractive, regardless of whether or not I believe them, I don't have that kind of sex appeal, so I can't really compete with that, so I just don't even try. That's why. Instead, I just have rubber ducks and spinning vinyl discs that play musical sounds, and that's how I try to be unique instead of having, you know, attractiveness. Sex sells and so does controversy? Yep. Which is why the top streamers on Twitch are the most controversial. Or stupid, like XQC. Did somebody say sex? You know, for a split second there, I was about to start singing Nickelback lyrics. And instead, I'm just going to pretend I don't know those lyrics and say, no, nobody said sex. Shut up. Nickelback has 2 songs that are bangers, even though they're terrible. And one of them is SEX. That song is such a fucking banger. 2 pieces of obsidian, lead, unicorn leather, almond wood logs, raw green glass, stray cougar cub bone, one of them, jasper opals, and wood logs. Frankly, you don't care one way or another if people streams a sexually charged aesthetic because you're someone who doesn't give a shit. Yeah, no, I'm pretty much the same. I don't care about if people stream with a sexually charged aesthetic. I just wish it was easier to filter them out because I have no fucking interest in that kind of a broadcast. You know what I mean? Like, I wish Twitch would stop fucking sending me emails about, like, you should watch top streamers on Twitch, and it's a link to Amaranth. It's like, that's just a butt, Twitch. Can you stop it? Like, I mean, if I want to see ass, I will go to the website that gives me ass. If I want to see video games and people talking about shit, I go to Twitch. There's places where I can get that content. Reddit, various websites that are now banned in Russia, and lots of places. There's lots of places I can go get pictures of naked people. It's great, and I love it. But I just wish it was easier to filter that shit out on Twitch. There's folks who do both. No, absolutely. I mean, like, there's definitely, like, you know, people who lie down, kick their feet up, sit in a bikini, and play video games. But, like, that's distracting. I'm here to watch the video game. Like, legit, for me, it's a distraction issue. Like, I will miss stuff that's happening. Also, hi, Righteous Boner. Reddit doesn't have porn? Want to bet? I can't link it here, but you want to bet? Don't tell your workplace, but yes, there's definitely porn on Reddit. Some of the best, actually. Not gonna lie, like, some of, like, the best homegrown porn is on fucking Reddit. Pictures or it didn't happen? I literally can't show porn on Twitch, nor can I link it in my chat. So, what I would recommend is go to Reddit and type in /r/gonewild. Have fun. No, we are discussing whether or not it exists, and Righteous Boner refuses to acknowledge that it exists. So I'm simply proving you wrong. Jimmy Tibby is... Okay, so a couple of years ago in-game, Jimmy Tibby was utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is his tragic life. He's now just over the long term has been under a great deal of stress. I was under the impression it was impossible to come back from being utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is their tragic life. But I've got 2 dwarves that have now gone down to just being yellow instead of purple. Mm-hmm. Yep, it's wonderful, Trench Dog. I mean, yeah, actually, yeah, don't they hide all that shit if you're not technically 18 and you have a Reddit account? Or you set your age as below 18 and you're actually under 18 and then you try and browse on Reddit? It does hide all that stuff, doesn't it? Reddit is, like, actually quietly extremely dark. There's a lot of weird shit on Reddit if you dig. You might be an anarchist, but you do like your organization. Oh, me too. Bloodcat17. Although the best subreddit, absolute best subreddit, completely related to everything that we were talking about. Here, have a link, chat. It's a very, very, very good subreddit. Also, it's rare to see you outside of PP's stream. How you doing, Righteous Boner? Bloodcat17, the Dwarven Child, has created Isethnad Kizbiz Ruzos, an obsidian mini-forge, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Kosoth Guildskelts. You know that? You love it? It's so good, isn't it? I love linking that to just random people on voice calls. They're like, what the fuck? And then they click on it, they're like, oh, and then they start laughing within seconds. It's very funny. I don't want that in my search history too. Okay, that's wonderful. Thank you. So it's called Quested Gate, the Deer of Extracting. It's worth 37,200 Zathal. You're not usually up this late on Twitch? What time zone are you in? It's like 3 p.m. here. That's just about trees, yeah? And then trees, I'm not sure what trees is about, but you just peeked over from your homework and saw that Reddit link. Have you clicked it though, Suey? It's totally safe for work. It's safe. That subreddit is safe enough that I could literally show it on Twitch and be totally fine. It's literally just cats and blankets. Subreddit. Tight pussy on Reddit is literally just cats and blankets.
Meow meow. Hello again, kittens. All right, you little shits.
How you doing, cutest? How's things? This is an obsidian mini-forge. All craft workmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with ginkgo wood and encircled with bands of cushioned obsidian cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of cougar bone and jasper opal, menaces with spikes of obsidian, unicorn leather, and almond wood, green glass, and the object menaces with spikes of obsidian, unicorn leather, almond wood, and green glass. The item is an image of Ezem Wildcloistered, the dwarf and dwarves. Ezem Wildcloistered is surrounded by the dwarves. The arc relates to the ascension of the dwarf Ezem Wildcloistered to the position of king of the ignited creation of year 5. No, so not. Oh, okay, yeah, I guess that is kind of late. That's getting up there. There's a cat right next to me, and he's cleaning his paws. And then there's also slash our weed. Slash our weed is basically just slash our trees, but everybody's like weirdly uptight about everything. Who's an absolute inbred cave goblin, and Nora, who's a black cat who makes funny little noises. Just hoob or garbage goblin. So is this a cat that pees everywhere and breaks shit? Like, what's your definition of garbage goblin? You know, Tekid, this fortress has proved to me a bug that Tarn said he was worried existed. When dwarves become utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is their tragic life, they're not supposed to snap out of it. How late are you planning on streaming, Suey? I'm trying to figure out if I can raid you tonight. The evil plant which destroyed Rome, and the plant that I have 5 seeds for in my kitchen. Do they snap out of it? So if a dwarf has made an artifact, they can't actually die of stress. If they've made an artifact, when they get utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is their tragic life, they are supposed to stay purple, and like they can still tantrum, but if they go melancholic or depressed or wandering aimlessly, they'll always snap out of it when they get hungry. if they've made an artifact. If they haven't made an if they haven't made an artifact, then they will starve to death or die. But because everybody in this fort has made an artifact by the time they're an adult, if they go purple, they stay purple and just kind of sit there for forever. But I've had dwarves, several now, that have gone like completely over the deep end. Like this is another one. This one was purple as well, and he's come back to, or she's come back to red from purple. They're not supposed to be able to snap out of it, which is kind of interesting. He plays with wrappers or any garbage left by stupid roommates. Oh, are these roommates cats? I don't want to pick him up right now, but the cat that I'm babysitting right now looks like this. This guy. He's 21 years old. We got him when I was living at home when I was 6 years old. Yeah, his eyes are cloudy because he's almost completely blind. He's purring right now. Hear him open on the floor. I could probably show you him. Hold up. Give me a sec. There he is. He's as old as you. Really? I don't think he has a university degree, though. Although, because of him, we had to look up the oldest cat known to have lived, which lived to be 38, was it? Cream Puff? He has his own Wikipedia page. Died in 2005. What exactly do artifacts do? Nothing. They're exactly the same as normal items, just with massively inflated value. Currently nothing. They're supposedly supposed to be tied into magic stuff in the future, but right now they do nothing. Oh, did I not trade? Okay, maybe I did. I actually can't remember if I did. Whoops. But yeah, artifacts just act as normal items, but with extra steps, basically. This is a fascinating dwarf. Personally believes that the idea of war is utterly repellent due to the suffering of a major injury. You suffered a major injury because you killed your mother and 2 other dwarves in the process. Sorry, not your mother. Your lover. Yeah. And 2 other dwarves in the process. It's wild. Anyway, how are you today, cutest? How's things? Yeah, just dwarves doing dwarfy things right now. I think I'll just kind of let them do that for a little bit. Cat's worked up to us via your roommate's brother. Who's a veterinary. I gotcha. That makes sense as to why you didn't get to name them. You know, it's going to be kind of funny when we finally turn these pumps back on. Just by timelines in this, it'll have been like hundreds of years since the dwarves last turned the pumps on. So it's going to be like this mythical, it's been hundreds of years since we turned the pumps on kind of thing. Yes, I did trade with them. What are the pumps pumping? Lava. Lava and water. But the lava pumps haven't been turned on in quite literally 100 years. They were used to pump... You see that big red thing in the middle of the screen right now? That's lava. It filled that up. Was the last thing that the pumps were used for. And then we cleaned out the caverns with them. I have 150 plus Z levels worth of lava pump stack. Went for a walk with a friend today. How's the general mood over there? Because apparently your guys' stock market is reopening, which is going to be curious to see. Looking forward to the race this weekend, though. Be nice. And why the lava pillar? Why anything, really? It is connected to my lava forges, yes. Although I probably should have made my lava forges in a more convenient place. I think I'm going to probably remake my lava forges at the... Actually, something that I'm low-key kind of planning is to remake the lava forges around this layer, but like one layer up. So build up a layer from here and like have like lava tanks, but... What is this fortress's some story? You mean like the short version? It's the world's it's the biggest trade hub in the known worlds, in the absolute realm, which is a relatively peaceful place with some troublesome goblins in the south and some annoying elves in the north, but peaceful elves in the east and west, and a human faction over to the east. Several human factions over to the east, in fact. Another peaceful dwarven faction that we don't have much contact with. And we are Longdeath, and it is a fortress that is destined to stand for 1,000 years, or so says the prophecy. That's the short version, basically. Recent event that happened was we had a family dispute with a lover where 5 dwarves died, including that one dwarf who was lovers with... basically every major dwarf in the fort, including the king. So they were the lover of, like, everybody. And then tantrum broke out between her and her son, and it ended with her dying as well as a bunch of her lovers dying. And she ended up getting killed by one of her lovers, which is kind of sad. But we didn't die, so that's good. It damn near turned into a full-on loyalty cascade, and if I lost the fort today, I would have been real sad. Has my furniture rotted yet? No, because I haven't let it, but I did have to replace a whole bunch of doors and beds at one point. Bins are going to start rotting soon, though. It's like 400 years, I think, for wooden structures to break, so bins won't start rotting until year 405. That's the current stock? Yeah, I've heard that, like, an article that I was reading this morning said that paper... sugar, salt, and basic stuff like that starting to turn into panic buying. Kind of reminds me of the early days of the pandemic in a way. The way people are talking. Oh, that's good. I mean... That's why I vanished over the weekend, too, and why I will no longer be on weekends. Hopefully that's all right with you, Mark, but hello. But since we're on the new schedule now, that means that I will be, well, we're roughly halfway through the stream, give or take. So, got a lot of stream left. Hope you're doing well. Dwarf. I'm assuming you're looking for a similar command to what RNG has. I don't do fancy shit like that. Sorry, I'm lazy. Yeah, you're looking for RNG's commands. I don't have those commands. Not every channel has the same command. But if you want a dwarf, sorry, they're all named. Quite literally. Longdeath is real hard to get a name in. The other one, it's easy, but not in Longdeath. There are some merchants, but you don't want those. Yes, you did. Couldn't tell you what year that dwarf died, but you did. Oops. Oh, right. Yeah, clay statues. You can't do that. Or is it just trench dog? You're not. Maybe you didn't. I'd swear you did. That your dwarf's in the other fort, Wogarden. Yeah. Press again. Jeez. Yeah, it must have been the other fort. I'd swear that you had one in this fort, but maybe it was one of the holiday forts. Which is definitely a possibility. But who knows? I'd swear you had one in this fort, but... I argue yes, Jax. And the reason I argue yes is because you can trade them to elves. So I usually use rock pots for almost everything. No, I have no idea. You'd have to ask Tarn. It seems that way, but it's hard to say. Pink. But yeah, I do swear that you had a dwarf in this fort. I'm not totally sure what could have caused that to change, but I mean, what can you do, right? Also, this is bothering me. Wogarden hasn't showed up on my leaderboard. I refresh chat. You gifted 5 subs. Unless, like, Wogarden's got a setting so that they don't pop up, which I think is an option. But... I think you tried rock pots once and seemed like they didn't hold as much, but you're going to give it a try. I don't know about that. I assumed they were all the same. I never noticed a difference, but... I also don't dig into those infos too much. You were just red, now you're yellow. Man, everybody's like getting over all of their stress, which is super strange. It's like, that's possible? Damn. You love using clay for pots and jugs too if there is clay on the map? Yeah, clay's pretty good at that. But same with glass. Glass is also indestructible. No tongues Dumont made friends with Letharticus. This might be affection I feel. Late autumn. But yeah, no, regardless, it is nice to see people pop in after a while, Trench Dog. And I'm glad that you've been busy with work, and I hope it's been good kind of busy and not the bad kind of busy, you know what I'm saying? So, cheers. Also, I don't know if anybody listened to it yet, but I am way too proud of the most recent episode of the Halcyon Frequency podcast. That is probably our best episode yet. And not just because of, like, and not just because it has an interview. I think it's, like, genuinely one of our best episodes. Life's been steadily getting better? Hell yeah. Drinking alcohol last May. Just made you too sad when you did drink. I've started drinking more again. Because it seems to have not... It doesn't seem to have the same hyper-negative effects that it did at the beginning of 2020. So... we'll see. I bought a growler bottle recently, which has been kind of fun to walk down to the local brewery and fill up. It's like a 45-minute walk that I get a growler full of beer at the end, which is kind of a nice reward for a nice little walk down to the river. You smoke weed and the odd edibles once in a while? I do as well, yeah. But using your green thumb skills, I have seeds on my counter that are sprouting. So, well, I mean, people who know how to grow plants need to help newbies out every so often, because it's unfortunately a skill that a lot of people are lacking in, is green thumbing. It's one of those skills that I think is, like, horribly undertaught. You're excited he's engaging in a form of agriculture. You love growing things in general. One of my goals in life, actually my biggest goal in life, is to be successful enough streaming that I could somehow manage to purchase a little bit of property and just kind of stream and have chickens, basically. I want chickens, bees, and a garden that I could at least, like, deal with most of my own vegetables without having to go to the grocery store constantly. But I don't know if that'll ever happen. Let's keep you in that squad, but I'm going to turn off that squad. Let's just let this dwarf go do other things, and I'm going to take you off of hunting. I'll let this dwarf go chill. Just see what he does. Okay. I live in a 400 square foot apartment, or 38.7 square meters. So, no, I can't grow tomatoes and peppers. I don't have enough sun. I literally tried last year. I don't have enough sun. They don't grow. They don't bear fruit. So there's no point. Unless I want to get grow lights, which, fuck that. I have about about an hour and a half of sun in my apartment, because my apartment building is like a horseshoe shape, and I'm on the inside, like the back inside of the horseshoe, which is great for the summer. It doesn't get super hot in here until it does, but it's not great for that kind of thing. I can grow low light plants and varieties of low light things, but vegetables are a nope. Trying to get into a community garden so I can grow that sort of stuff, but they have to accept my family's application because my mom submitted the application. So we're on a waiting list. I need to Google what that is. But I also have, like, no desire to grow more than what I'm currently growing. I'm basically at capacity. I mean, I have a rather large herb and spice garden out on my porch, which grows quite well. Oh, no, these would get demolished. So I'm taking one look at what these are. Yeah, these would get completely demolished by pests here. Also, I don't really have much interest in growing it. I don't really like growing salads. I grow spinach, but no, I mean, I'm already growing onion, garlic, kale. I'm growing tons of different types of mints for teas. I'm growing, like, oregano. I'm growing... why am I just blanking on the names of things that I'm growing in my fucking garden? I don't know. I'm growing lots of stuff, but it's like I have no interest in growing big leafy things because unfortunately my building insists on shooting fucking awful chemicals everywhere, which makes it impossible for anti-pest predators to live around here, like wasps and whatnot. So like caterpillars are like a constant fucking battle and leafy things just get demolished. It's just kind of not worth it. Yeah, which is why I said I'm already at capacity. Like, I could put more stuff out on my porch, but then at that point, I wouldn't have enough space on my porch to put my chair on my porch and sit outside with a cup of tea in the summer. And, you know, frankly, I like doing that. So, like, at a point, it's like, well, do I want to completely fill up this porch or no? For me, it's like the maximum amount I can put out on my porch is the amount where I still have space to set up 2 chairs outside for me and my mom to have a cup of tea and talk. Yes, it is. Too many plants is a thing when you go away for a week, and then they're all dead when you come back. That's too many plants. So I completely disagree. There is too much of everything. It is possible to have too many plants. It is possible to... Also, this is another reason why I don't want tomatoes or peppers or anything that look tasty. It's because fuckers steal them. Like, when I get cannabis plants, I'm going to have to bring them inside at night. Because, like, they will literally get stolen if I don't do that. And I don't care that much about tomatoes and peppers. And tomatoes and peppers aren't that expensive, and I can just go to the farmer's market and buy them organic anyway. Investments are open if you want to invest your tickets and break up the wall of Trench Dog in the chat. But yeah, no, it's I'm pretty much at capacity currently. Also, there's the other thing that I haven't mentioned, which is I have a pretty sizable growing operation in my house for, like, you know, my teas and such. But, like, my mom has a greenhouse that is absurdly good at growing tomatoes and peppers. So I just go over to my mom's house in the summer and I just get a bucket of tomatoes. So it's not even like, if I want tomatoes, I just go to my mom's house and just say, please. And she's like, here, have 3 weeks worth of tomatoes. I'm like, I can't finish these. And she goes, not my problem. You went to the hospital for having too many plants? That's awful. I'm so sorry. So sorry. That was mean. When I got admitted into hospital, by the time I got back, half of my kale was gone due to caterpillars. So, well, that's too many plants. I know exactly what I'm capable of taking care of, and I don't need advice from other people on what I should take care of, so. Gardening is something I've kind of been doing my whole life at this point. All right, Paranoid Metroid. You want to practice a martial art? Let's let you try that. You've never tantrumed. Let's give you an opportunity to try. This dwarf was utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is their tragic life. Previously And now I'm going to let them train as a wrestler for a little bit. Because the only real negative that they still have in their head is they want to practice a martial art. Might as well give them the opportunity. You also need to remember, Pink, that I believe that there is such a thing as too much of everything. For me, too many plants is when my apartment starts to feel cluttered. I don't like clutter. Clutter upsets me and gives me, like, weird stress that I do not like. So if my apartment feels cluttered, it's too full. So too many plants is the point where my counters start to get cluttered and my floor starts to get cluttered. So yes, there is such a thing as too many of anything. Too many records, too many plants, too many tape decks, too many, I don't know, pairs of shoes. Very much possible to have too much of literally anything. If it exists, it's possible to have too much of it. People need to understand that there is such a thing as too much of literally anything. It's even possible to have too much oxygen. Too much oxygen in your body is toxic. Fact. Anyway, now that chat's done disagreeing with me, the bot has just told you that failed investments are part of life. Sorry, Stone. Is this bot, like, worse at this? I feel like I need to make the odds better. I swear that people lose way more often with this bot. Even if the odds are the same, it doesn't feel like it's the same. Like it's got ingrained biases or something. Nobody else invested? Yeah, because people were too busy telling me that there's no such thing as too many plans, which is vastly incorrect. Everything in moderation, plants included. You have a bit of white hair going? A bit? I'll show you the rest of it. Like everything underneath this side. All the way down, all the way down to the back. All gray. I don't know. How old do you think I am? You literally already said that I look old, so you've already insulted me. So how old do you think I am? Fun fact, a lot of people get white hair at young age. Most people just dye it because most people have this thing called being vain. I just don't give a shit. I think it looks good on me, frankly. Miss anything notable? Not particularly. Dwarf made an artifact, but a mini forge. You said, how old are you? You look young, but you have a bit of white hair going, which is basically just like, you look young, but you look old. So, how old do you think I am? Rather than going bald. Yeah, that's the one nice thing is nobody in my family has gone bald in like any history that we have on either side. Except for one guy who married in. I think the reason it's a bit of a sensitive subject for me, Garlic Spring, is I'm pretty used to getting told that I look old on dating apps. Woof, now you don't know. Now you don't get to know how old I am. You can't say that you look young and then say that they look like they're 40. Fuck you. Bitch, I'm 27. Ouch. And thinks 40 is young? It's possible. That or Garlic is like 13 and doesn't know what 40 looks like. My grandmother was completely gray by the time she was 35. You know, grandmother on my dad's side. Fucking 40. You're just like girls on dating apps telling me that I'm lying about my age, which is not true. I just don't dye my hair. You didn't want to be mean? Well, think about it this way, right? If you don't want to be mean, just ask somebody how old they are. Don't ask somebody how old they are and then comment on their hair color. Because if you're commenting on their hair color, you're automatically assuming that they look older than you're initially suggesting, which starts the whole conversation off on a bad foot. So it starts off mean, right? So if you didn't mean to be mean, that's all right. But you started off mean before you even started finishing your question, because you immediately started off with the, may I ask how old you are? You look young, but you look old, is basically what you just said. And then you didn't guess a young age. You guessed middle-aged, which isn't young. So, you may not have intended to be mean, but you definitely were mean. I think I'm gonna shrink the chat on this screen. Hold on. Too big. There we go. Better. I'm not insulted, to be clear. I just think that what you said is kind of amusing. We need more fluids. We do need more fluids. Hey, welcome back, Seeker. How are you? Longdeath. Up. Interested after learning about wrestling. Feel anything after being able to pray. That's fine. Well, congratulations. You've insulted me and called me old in like 4 sentences. So let's start this over. Hello, Garlic Spring. How are you? Welcome to the channel. What's up? Where's her wrestling? Keep an eye on this one. If the second this dwarf starts going down in mood, we have to rip this dwarf out of military, but it'll be good for a while, I think. No, there's never available dwarves in this fort. We're just trying to solve some stress. Unless you want second classes. I've just stopped naming them, Stone. Partially because nobody ever wants them, and then when people do get them, they realize later that they don't actually want them. Rip that dwarf out of the military. I don't actually want you in the military. Dwarf is getting trained a lot. You wanted Stone to make a joke? Well, I mean, Stone the Fifth has survived quite a long time, frankly. And still feels pleasure after a sparring session, and is 50 years old now. You know, I think that this dwarf, Paranoid Metroid, may actually make it out of stress. It's kind of crazy. How about Jimmy Tibby? How are we doing up there with Jimmy? On abstract thinking, decent meals. You want to practice some martial art. Put you in the bear fighters too. I was going to store some owned items probably, and then hopefully go train. Leatherworking demonstration. How nice. Let's see how Metroid's doing. Still improving. From playing this fort? Mostly bugs. Few tricks to cure depression in DF, not in real life, unfortunately. It's hard to say, really. It is hard to say, Seeker. Grab your drink. Strawberry wine, most likely. Go attend a meeting. Dwarf feels good, so that's a good thing. Got startled by something. My god, if I'm able to fix these two dwarves, I will be shocked. But as far as this this fort goes, is it's mostly just proved to me things that I knew to already be correct. It's like been reaffirming a lot of things. Mostly in the, yes, I can fix frame rate problems department. Back again after taking a break from work onto schoolwork. That sounds like a lot of work, dude. Yeah, welcome back. Yeah, this goes crossed. Really well. And we just need Jimmy Tibby to jump in there and work. Rent is expensive these days? Yeah. Yeah. No, I understand. Rent is expensive and school is more expensive too. Where are you going, Dwarf? This is not where you go to go to the striking demonstration. This is the longest roundabout I've ever seen. Oh, you're going to go attend a meeting first, I think. What happened to the door that was here? Knock the door off. What the hell? Leave after crying on somebody in charge. What equipment are you going to go pick up? You just go train. Pick up a water skin. Pick up something. Flask, probably. I should really just remove the water skins from the uniform. A little redundant. Still improving on Paranoid Metroid. But yeah, the main things I've learned from this fort are just a lot of tricks and ways to reduce stress. That is the main learning I've done in this fort. Dwarf is taking 10,000 years to get to training. What are you doing? Training, that's the direction of training. Are you like slow and lazy or something? Obsessed with order and structure. Slow to anger. Needs to avoid crowds. Feels discouraged. Nothing about her being slow and leisurely pace. Time to take part in a dodging demonstration, I guess. I want to see this dwarf's takes on training. Once you've had the opportunity to start. Yep. Satisfied upon improving and learning. All right. Let's see if we can fix 2 more dwarves. That'd be cool if we could. That's the concern. Is all of the worries. But I'm gonna give him a minute. I'm having to watch these dwarves like a fucking hawk. Because if they start causing troubles, then we're gonna have an issue. Are captions not working? Yeah, damn, it kind of looks like it. Cool. Chat, I'm suddenly concerned. Am I live? Got a weird error on my dashboard. Could I just get a round of beers? Okay. Just checking. Sorry, it's like captions stopped. Okay, captions started working when I refreshed them again. Yeah, I see you, cutest. I just suddenly like had that moment of like, shit, is it working? Welcome back, amateur. Trying to rehabilitate these 2 dwarves. Went down for a sec? Let my wait. Did I go down for a sec? Or did it just like blip on your end? Hold on, I'm checking my VODs. Which, if you split my VOD, I swear to God. No, it didn't. Okay, we're good. Went down for a second like 5 minutes ago. I mean, it didn't cut my VOD. My internet didn't go down. I have a live monitor for internet, and I've looked at it now. It hasn't blipped, so maybe Twitch hiccuped? I don't know. Fucking whatever. Fucking whatever. Surviving, I suppose. But yeah, with the new schedule, we stream today for like another 6 or 7 hours. Then we stream tomorrow. And then I come back on Tuesday again. And we're into midwinter. Getting close to spring. But yeah, it would be nice to know when my stream blips like that. So if you could tell me in future, that'd be great. Because I don't always know. But chat just got suddenly very quiet for a bit. View count dropped and I got some weird errors. And it's like, uh-oh. That leads me to believe that I've just gone completely offline, not that it just blipped. God damn it, Jimmy. You got a lot of kills. I realize it's also like birds and rabbits and pigs. And... No, it's fine, cutest. I'm more talking to the two who said that I went down for a sec, because it would have been useful to know that a couple minutes ago. I would have asked her around a beer's then. What's up, stupid? Welcome back? Question mark? I'm mostly just babysitting these two dwarves right now. And super duper hoping that they snap out of it. The multiple decades of depression they've had. Why so lurky, stupid? What you been up to? Is the nicer way of asking that. It's really weird when I see reviews for, or when I see Red Dead Redemption get recommended on Steam and it's like, now available, Red Dead Redemption. It's like, hasn't that been available for like years now? Doing some online shopping? Anything fun? I mean, that's what I did literally the other day. That's what I'm doing now. Well, not quite, because Friday's still a work day for me. It's just not a streaming day. It's the everything else work day. Is that the list that you have to do? Because now, like, because you're at home all the time, you get to work hard? Because, yeah, that checks out. It's actually possible to buy graphics cards? What? I refuse to believe this. You've been trying to avoid? Can't be that bad. Unless it's like re-thatch the roof. Although retile the roof is more likely. So chat, there's this game that constantly tries to pay me to play it, right? I get almost as many offers from them as I do from Raid Shadow Legends. It's called War Robots. I open up Steam, and this shit pops up as recommended, which I'm pretty sure is actually the exact same game, except Russian in some of the UI. Is there like a multiplayer mobile robot shooter that, like, asset pack or something that's available that is just like everywhere? That are all like cheap third-person mech warrior clones? Because this looks literally identical to War Robots, which is another free-to-play garbage game that has a lot of microtransactions and pay-to-win elements. Weird. I mean, I'm not going to play either of them, but... Spin-off, knockoff, rip-off? Yeah, there you go. Rip-off is the right word I'd use. I wouldn't call it spin-off. Spin-off means like it's in the same universe. Knockoff is much more accurate, I would say. We are getting damn close to the start of the new year. Can try out that other game. Midwinter. Months left, I think. Checking on Paranoid. Jimmy? Still both depressed. I think that they are getting there, though. Damn close. More like window shopping. See, I call that window depression, when you're just like looking at things that you can't afford. Although, I find that AMD cards, if you're lucky, at least around here, AMD cards often pop up in stock in like Memory Express and stuff. And so if you keep an eye and you're willing to go with AMD cards are actually like available at cost pretty frequently if you're willing to just like be patient for a couple weeks. RTX cards are still like fuck you expensive. Like I could buy 2 computers in 2015 for the price of 1 graphics card now. Maybe 3 computers. Probably 3. But AMD cards are like affordable, relatively speaking. Still like $900, but hey, it's a graphics card that doesn't cost $5,000. Or, you know, like one Alienware computer in 2016. Thinking of getting a Steam Deck for your next gaming PC equivalent? Will still be a couple of years. You can't until you can actually do it. Alienware is how much? Alienware used to be like hilariously overly expensive. I don't know how much they are these days. I haven't looked at an Alienware computer since like early 2010s, or the early teens, I guess. But they were always like Alienware was like the trying to think. What's like an overly expensive brand that isn't actually any better? It's just expensive because you're paying for the brand. It was always one of those brands. It was like, it's way too, like, you spend an extra $1,000 for a computer that you could buy anywhere else. Jordan's, sure. It's like, you can either buy a computer for $1,500 or you can buy the exact same computer that's an Alienware with the Alienware logo on it for $3,000. All close. Apple yeah, it was, not so much. Beats by Dr. Dre. Bose, yeah. Old says Sennheiser's happily. Anything with Lego? You watch your mouth. Lego's wonderful, okay? But yeah, Legos is kind of expensive. Kind of an enthusiast product. Oh, logo, not like. Yes, you are correct. Supreme. Cough. That jacket that Putin was wearing. Those are awful. Bows are like $200 to $300 too expensive for what they give you. You saw that Mercedes Lego a week ago and you're like, me. Hold on. You mean like, I mean, this is, I mean, something I really, really want. But, you know, although that being said, that McLaren's looking real bad this year, so maybe I don't want this. Maybe I don't want this, because that McLaren is, like, shoddy. Also, they totally have them in stock on Amazon. Man, if I could, like, afford to spend money on something dumb right now, I'd be tempted to buy one of these. Yes, you are still alive, Paranoid Metroid. You were utterly harrowed by this nightmare that is your tragic life. But now you're all the way up to, over the long term, you've been under a great deal of stress. And I put you into the military because the only thing that you were really sad about was the fact that you wanted to train a martial art. So I'm giving you the opportunity to try. Oh, no, that's Jimmy Tibby. This one is you. You were utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is your tragic life. And the only thing that you really wanted to do was practice martial arts. So I put you in the bear fighters. And so far, your wrestling career is going pretty well. You're euphoric and interested and satisfied. And satisfied. And you felt pleasure after remembering a satisfying acquisition. Hopefully, your 50-year-old self can move on. But yes, you are still alive in Longdeath. You're technically only like a third of the way through your life, too, which is pretty good. You've never tried Bose? I've tried Bose at... Well, I had a friend who owned a pair of Bose headphones. My ex had a pair of Bose headphones, but I never really used them. They were hers. And I've used them at shops before. Like, yo, just put on these headphones and try these kind of thing. But cheers, Tegan. Till next time. The problem with Bose, though, is they are actually, like, nice-ish headphones, aside from their terrible frequency response. They are actually nice-ish headphones, like comfort-wise and how long they last. The issue is they're just absolutely terrible compared to any of their counterpart. Like, there are so many better headphones out there. They're just not as attractive looking, if that makes any sense. Like those stupid fucking Bob Marley headphones. It's like, those things are actually awful. And you're paying for the brand. You're paying to have headphones with Bob Marley's name on them. That's it. Bose is very similar to that. Like, you could get headphones from an uglier looking brand that don't look as fancy, that operate just as well, if not better, at a fraction of the price. By fraction, I mean like $100 instead of $300. Clearing out all of this tallow because we're never going to use it all. Might as well just toss it. Thanks for the round of beers, cutest. Of course, it's immediately all getting replaced. Why do I have so much fucking tallow? Where the hell did it all come from? I guess all these unicorns, but still. They didn't last a year? Really? Like, they just stopped working? Meanwhile, like, these are good headphones, and it's like, these were $600 new. But, like, I've had them since 2011. If you didn't hear that correctly, I've had them since 2011. There's a crack in the top of them, but aside from that, still comfy. You mean like cell phone mic? Or are you talking like gamer microphone? I didn't know that they made Dr. Dre headphones with microphones on them. That seems like really crappy build quality. That's unfortunate. Like real crappy build quality. Dr. Dre was originally its own brand, but it was purchased by Apple. I don't know how much effect Apple has over Beats by Dr. Dre headphones. Probably enough. I mean, they weren't great before Apple bought them. They've only gotten worse, so. But yes, their parent company is Apple. I don't know how much of an independent subsidiary they are. Probably just means they have worse planned obsolescence. For computers, yeah. Their laptops are built really well. But, I mean, have you seen how long AirPods last? Or don't last? For that matter? I think it very much depends on the product. Katie would like another teaspoonful of food, so I'm going to leave you guys alone for 10 seconds. Kitty, I gave you more food. You should go eat it. All right, I return. I don't know. I'm just so spoiled after owning these headphones. Like, I will not buy headphones unless they have replaceable parts. Earbuds, I'm a lot more lenient, but with earbuds, I kind of have like a required amount of time for them to last. If they don't last at least 2 years, I'm not going to buy that brand again. Looks over at cracked iPad. That seems like a you problem for cracking it, not the iPad's problem. But that sucks. All right, hang in there, Dwarf. You too. Oh, kitty. Sorry. Your cousin had one that he bought used, and he finally gave it away because he got a new one at work. The thing about like iPhones is they have such bad planned obsolescence. It's like it kind of doesn't matter what the build quality of an Apple phone is. They will stop working in like under 4 years because they will update the firmware as such that you won't be able to use it anymore. That's pretty good. Cyrillac? I have a pair of Sennheiser earbuds that I've had for about 2 years, which I bought when I got a phone with a headphone jack, which I was super excited about. But yeah, no, I mean, I've had the same pair of earbuds for quite a while. I don't generally use them though, so they tend to last. Cat really wants pets. I just really don't want to have a cat on my lap right now. Looking forward to hyper deep cleaning my apartment on Monday when the cat leaves. F? What are we effing? Chat, did we go offline? Or is Cyrillac's internet shit? Or is Cyrillac just saying F? Yeah. Fine for you. I think I think that Seeker's internet is just trash. I think that's actually the reality. You see absolutely no issue? Because Seeker's the one who said that I went offline earlier. So I have a feeling that this is a you problem. Not an actual problem with the stream or the connection. You still see me on your internet's trash? Fair enough. I'm throwing out so much unicorn tala right now, it's not even funny. Crutches and picks. Late winter, 19th of Obsidian. There we go. About to make it into spring. Then we'll jump over to some Shattered Pixel Dungeon. I get to do my actual first look at that game because I've never played it before. So we'll see how that goes. I'm just trying to demat his chin because this cat has some really bad matting under his chin. So I'm hopeful that I can get his brush on Friday. Work on it a little bit. Because part of the reason he's upset right now is because he's got some serious matting going on. But according to my mom, he hates getting brushed, and they let the vet do that, and he's biting my thumb now. But, you know, thanks for biting me. Real likely to let you up on my lap with you biting me like that. To be clear, it's not like a mean biting. It's just a... He just kind of forgets that it's a hand petting him at times, and he just randomly bites. More of a nibble. Like, what? 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 So much cat hair. Oh, what was that? Imush! Merchant has given birth to a girl. Look at that. Yuzel! Brand new baby. Seeker, you were asking for a child earlier. Still want one? Unless there's somebody else who's never had one who wants one. But that's a baby. First baby of the stream, god damn it. Gotta start recovering after that nightmare situation from earlier. Any takers? You would like a character, Wogarden? Sure. Do you know if you've had one before? Unfortunately, Seeker Wogarden said yes first, so we're gonna have to play favorites. She's the daughter of Imush and Kosoth Guild Scales, and a worshiper of English the Embrace worship roses, and a dubious worshiper of Shistek. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. She has very long hair, which is neatly combed, small-lobed ears that are flattened, and an angular chin. Her hair is a crew, and her skin is sandy taupe, and her eyes are cobalt. Her nose bridge is somewhat concave. Wogarden likes native platinum, rose gold, bloodstone, and clear grass coral, bins and large gems, and goblets, and the words of the number of glistening, and the sound of the prim petal, and when possible prefers to consume giant capybara, strawberry plants, and rambutan wine. You're going to be happy here, I'll say that much. You are going to be happy here. I will indeed say that, because we have more strawberries than you could ever eat, like, realistically. She does not trust others, and she does not easily fall in love or develop positive sentiments. She has a little interest in joking around, and she finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and tries to keep her things orderly, and she does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She tries to keep her things orderly, and she is generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She finds helping others emotionally rewarding and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. Man, I just pulled a knot out of this cat's chin. Got like knotted, matted hair, dude. Come on. Ugh. Poor kitty. Poor kitty. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She is somewhat quarrelsome, and she is bothered by this, since she values friendship, and she lives a fast-paced life, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. And there's your dwarf, Wogarden. Can I get a round of beers, chat? I'm just kind of curious to how many people are listening to the stream right now, because we're kind of quiet. Been kind of quiet for a little bit now. Meow. Tickets aren't beers. I mean, tickets can be beers. Tickets can indeed be beers. Stone, would you rather wait till paperwork or do paperwork next time? Because paperwork's in like 6 days. It's up to you. That we can just move over to Shattered Pixel Dungeon now. Which I'm real curious to see how that plays, actually. My neighbors upstairs appear to have acquired a pogo stick. It's like a boing, ba-doing, ba-doing sound going on up there. That or maybe they have a trampoline up there. I don't know what the fuck. We'll see when we see you, Trippin'. Thanks for hanging out. Cheese. Cheese? Cheers. Chip. Words. Cheese? Sure. Cheese! I'm like having a hard time speaking today, apparently. Can't say the word hunting. Apologies, Ghost.
Cheese for everyone!
For everyone! For everyone, clearly. And just a few more days left. And then we'll take a look at Pixel Dungeon. We did opt to last through till the end of winter earlier. Although it's about damn time. I've needed to put time into Longdeath for a while. You forgot an exclamation point, Seeker. Jess! 2 days in a row. What do I owe this honor? Thank you very much for the raid. Hey, JSOG, what's up? We're actually about to switch games. The game is saving. I'm going to do one more thing in this, and then we're going to go take a look at a game that came out today, which has been on phones for forever, called Shattered Pixel Dungeon, which is a roguelike of the pixely and cool variety. I've got a cat who's just sitting here meowing at my elbow. I'm not sure what he wants. Try and air fry a grilled cheese. I wonder how well that would toast bread. Like, you know what I want? Because I've used an air fryer before. Just like, I don't own one. I just want to put like a piece of bread in an air fryer and see what happens. Good luck? It does? Really? My toaster makes pretty amazing toast, too. That seems like... It's one of those, like, mosquito with a sledgehammer situations. You know what I mean? First RL you played? Well, you can backseat me, because I've never played it. Should I pop up a wiki, or do you think I'm good? This cat has some pretty bad matting under his chin, because he can't clean himself. So, he's, like, having issues. But yeah, best of luck. Please post pictures of your grilled cheese in the food porn room. Or don't. I don't know. Also, somebody just died of old age. I think this cat is affectionately biting me. Like, I'm petting him and he's just biting my thumb and then goes back to purring and then he bites. Oh, who died? It is La Fonda. Can I get some F's in chat for La Fonda, who finally died of old age? Fellow streamer and good friend of the channel. She finally keeled over. Hot damn. How sad. How fucking sad. Well, rest in peace. You were a good dwarf. Had a good long life. I want to say lived to like the 150s. And I do feel like we are improving the general stress levels of the fort. It's a shame a whole bunch of dwarfs had to die in the process, but it's fine. All about the friends we still have, not the ones we lost along the way, right? Yeah, Wogarden. Rest in peace. That was actually like a member of the fort too, not even a merchant. And bonk. They brought us a tame worm. I don't know what we'll do with it, but hey, it's a worm. This cat actually doesn't want pets. He wants me to scratch him. Like he's itchy. Places that he can't itch himself. One born, another crosses over. It's often how it goes. All right, Stone. Let me know when you got it. Does it throw bombs? Does what throw bombs? I have no idea what you're talking about, Seeker. But with that, that concludes Longdeath for the end of the day. Yeah, if you're referencing something, I don't understand the reference. Make sure that you've noticed your